Good morning and welcome to the what are we today? February 1st meeting between the Board of Selectmen and Fincom to discuss our continued discussion on budget presentations by the different departments. Today's agenda, we'll be going over speaking with the Highway Department first, the Police Department, School Department, and then the Fire Department. And after that, we will be going into a working group between the Board of Selectmen and Fincom. And that part will not be televised. It's going to be more of just budget discussion on a round table. So this morning, I'd like to kick things off by starting the Pledge of Allegiance, if everybody would. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone for being here this morning. We have, as you know, a little bit different format this year. January, we met with the majority of the departments, discussed their capital and operational budgets for 2021. And this morning, we wanted to leave time to really speak with the larger departments, reference the budget, and work through their operational and capital presentations. And like I had mentioned, then we're going to meet separately as a group to go over all of the budgets together. So to start off, I'd like to ask Mr. Stoddard to come up and kick things off with the Highway Department. Excuse me?
Page numbers are probably different, huh, Cheryl?
They are, unfortunately.
Yeah, so
But they should be around.
Close though, huh?
we'll direct you to, we have updated budget. 117, so the first person to find it, just yell it.
Teamwork.
Thank you, Alan. So page 117 is the start of the Public Works budget. Good morning, Chris. Good morning. All right, organized.
All right. Do you want me to just start?
Yeah, you can jump right in. We're looking at, if you want to read right off what you have or any other discussion.
Yeah, no,
you want.
that's, I mean, so I think this is the third year that I've done this, so we don't change a whole heck of a lot in DPW. Most of everything is either contractually obligated increases as far as salaries go. I guess we can just kind of go down through it. I'm on page 121.
Okay.
No, except that your numbers are different than ours, no, right?
No, I'll look at the book.
Oh, you are, okay,
Yeah.
all right. Good.
So we can kind of go through, all the salaries, like I said, are just basically contractually obligated. We didn't use as much overtime last year, so we decided to cut that down. Typically, overtime is not something I use unless it's an emergency. We get a major rainstorm, a lot of trees down, stuff like that. So we're kind of hoping we don't have to use it. So, and the other reduction in longevity, that's just a transfer. We transferred it out of DPW into parks to make it more in line with where the staff actually is. Their salaries come out of parks, so we figured we'd pull their longevity and put it into parks. But if we go down through the expenses, most everything's the same. We've added a little bit for training since we had no budget for training and all the guys need CEUs. So we had to add something to that, and then as well as for education and professional development. We did cut a little bit out of, actually no, we increased professional services. We just, it was so, $5,000 was not nearly enough for, the different things we need to have professional services for, cleaning costs and stuff like that.
At any time, anyone have questions? Just,
So, yeah, but,
so-
so are there new things coming in because the actual expenditures, or is this more the reclassification of things that were elsewhere? Because even though you say it's not nearly enough, I mean, it was $7,000 last year and it was on up to 20.
So, part of that, Chris remembers the $15,000 that we need for the landfill.
Oh, that's where you included that? Okay, so, okay, I did not know that. So, as part of the landfill, we have not been in compliance for a number of years. So as part of that, we, DEP, in order to get in compliance with DEP, we need to hire a consulting engineer. That's approximately $15,000 a year to pay to have them do the groundwater monitoring, gas monitoring, or all the different things that DEP is requiring.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So Chris, is there gonna be some work needed up there? I mean, we're hiring a consultant, are we planning for something down the road that?
We're not sure. Yes, we believe there'll be something, but I don't know quite to what extent. We just started the first round of monitoring. We have to then go and sit down with DEP and discuss the results of that. And then at that time, we can, depending on what DEP says, we'll have to then make a plan to move forward. So I think we are gonna have to spend some money, but I would be doing a disservice to you if I gave you any number that it would cost.
And that won't be until next fiscal year, right? You'd be looking at, probably.
Yeah, realistically, I mean, yes, I believe realistically that would be next fiscal year.
Thanks.
So if we flip the page, field maintenance expenses, this is a new $10,000, and what this is supposed to cover is the line painting. So if you remember last year, we had the $27,000. That was only for maintenance, did not have anything to do with the line striping for the sports. If you remember, we had a bit of an issue with having to correct it at the last town meeting because Park and Rec was short. So what we did this year is just added that money into my budget, so then I will cover all the maintenance and all the line painting product. So
This
that's
is
what
all fields.
correct, this is all sports fields. Yeah, that $10,000 is just dedicated to sports field line painting. Tools and equipment, we went up $1,000 to just start, that's basically for hand tools. Everything we have is obviously getting old, everybody breaks hand tools, so. Vehicle maintenance, basically the same, I believe that was just a rounding number we did. We cut down license renewals. This is a number I try to use I actually try to get this fairly accurate as far as we look at each person who needs new licenses, what license they need, and how much it's gonna cost us, so that's why you'll see a $5,000 reduction in that number. Then we can jump over to transfer station. Like I said, salaries are basically the same, other than just a little bit of contractually obligated increase. We did go up, or we are going to have to go up on tipping fees, and that is because it's contractually, we have a contract with them, and that's just the increase in what it's gonna cost us to go.
Just regular escalation.
Yeah, the regular escalation of the contract. Same with the waste hauling. We are asking for a little bit more money in equipment repairs, because $2,450, I can spend that on one compactor repair. So, and our compactors are getting up to north of 30 years old now. So I'm anticipating I would like to have a little bit of a cushion there in case those go down, because if one of those goes down, we're maybe problems, so.
And notice, so the recycling, I think last year, is that when a lot of our recycling had to change? Was it China?
Yeah. Yeah, that's when China shut us off.
So has that kind of stabilized itself?
Yeah, we haven't had to change. I mean, it's still going up cost-wise, not as dramatic of an increase, because we've kind of stabilized where we're hauling our materials to. So
Where does it go?
our plastics go to Bill Ricca, to the waste management sorting facility. I don't know where it goes from there. But our cardboard, our tin cans, and our glass goes to Groton, and they sort it, package it, bundle it. We actually crush the glass in Groton, and we haul it back here, and we use it as a pipe bedding material.
So what?
As a pipe bedding material. So it's pretty cool.
Recycling.
Yeah, it almost turns it back into a sand. It's pretty neat. So that's right.
They crush it down to like a powder then?
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Yep, down to probably 3/8 inch minus. maybe even a little smaller, half, a little less, so.
Chris, let me jump in real quick with a
Yeah.
question. Just mention the contract with the transfer station, it's E.L. Harvey, correct?
No, it's waste management.
Okay, so it did change one.
We've been with waste management for 5 years now.
Okay. How long is that contract? Are there opportunities for
Um,
us to?
That contract is up in next September. No, this September, sorry, September 2020. So we'll rebid this summer for a contract.
Okay, so
September.
it's, in all likelihood, it's gotta be more.
Yes, I've been told it's going to be substantially more. And by a number of different vendors.
Right.
So,
Mostly because of recycling.
the recycling, and they're actually just running out of places to bring the trash. So, I mean, landfills are filling up, landfills are closing. We're kind of lucky right now, Waste Management's expanding their landfill, so they've been able to hold their costs steady. But even they have expressed, when they bid on this, it will be a substantial increase in cost. Like in the
Awesome.
order of from $75 a ton to possibly as high as $95 a ton.
So I only bring it up because I think it's something we need to be planning for. We need to
Yes.
expect a
In June,
Significant
when I
20%
come back
increase.
for dump stickers, that we're gonna have to compensate for that somehow. Because there's gonna be a massive, or we'll have a massive shortfall next year.
And this year, we compensated that with the change in our sticker timeline from
That was
September.
last-
That was last year.
Yeah, this past year, we raised our sticker prices a little bit.
We do a hybrid of sticker and bag?
What's that?
Can we
Yes,
go
we
hybrid
did, we
sticker
did a
and
little
bag?
bit of sticker and a little bit of bag increase, yes. So, I mean, we're in a good spot right now. The problem is our contract is up in September.
Kind of what I was asking. I just
Yeah,
wanted
and
to see where we're at with it.
they're all like that, the market, it's the market now,
Yeah.
there's just nowhere to haul anything.
We'd be in a better spot if we were locked into a contract with just regular escalations for the next 5 years. But we're not.
Yeah,
End of our-
I mean, the nice thing will be, yeah, exactly, once we get locked in, we will be for the next, we could do,
3 to 5.
yeah, I'd like to do a 5-year contract, it makes it, I think, a little stabler, easier for us to budget.
Chris, did you say September 2021 or September 2020?
September 2020. Yeah.
So you'll have those numbers in May when you come, when we.
Yeah, realistically, I'd like to start getting the process to get that out to bid sooner than later, so that way we'll have those numbers for the, yeah, it'll be the May, because we start selling in June, so.
Yeah.
Keep going?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's the transfer station. So if we could jump down to the Parks Department. So last fall, right before budget season, Cheryl was Nina in that?
I don't believe so.
I think it was just Cheryl and I with the Parks Department. We sat down and had a conversation regarding their concern over how much time the Highway Department dedicates to school fields, sports fields, and the school properties. And we kind of tried, I basically explained, we have limited staff, so we have to kind of put our resources where, we can, and we try to do some on the parks, but we end up, by default, kind of gravitating towards the school sports and the sports fields. So we kind of came up with an idea, I'll put in for another staff member for Parks Department and make it more of a dedicated school field, school parks person. So they kind of would be more on just the sports fields side of it. And then that way, that would free up some of the other staff to do some of the other things. I'll give you an example. We only groom the beach twice a week. Parks Department's requesting us to groom it every day of the week, not obviously on the weekends, but all during the summer. Maintenance, stuff down at Fig Park, things like that, where we just have to push them off because we need to line fields for sports, mow fields for sports. Sports are a big part of the town, so, and we understand that. So we're requesting another additional staff for the school side of it, so that way it can free up some of the other staff. So that's the big increase in the wages section. The park maintenance services, can you remind me, is this the stuff that we pulled out of the capital?
Yeah.
Okay. So last year, you remember we had a capital line item for parks, and it was for major field maintenance. I spent it fixing the softball field at the high school last year and the batting cages. So it was just a bulk number that we kind of used to fix major problems within the sports field. So we decided to pull that out of the capital this year and place it into the operating budget. So that's the difference from the 10,000 to the 30,000. It's just a matter of swapping it.
I just want to go back to the new employees are seasonal. Is
No,
that
it would be a
correct?
full-time.
It is a
It would
full-time.
be a full-time staff.
Okay, so mainly, it's when the summer is when, really May to September is when the meat of this issue with the fields, correct?
No, it's really
April, yeah, I
more
guess
March
Is it?
through.
That's true, I guess.
It's March because everybody likes to be on the fields when this there, 20th.
Yeah, last weekend.
Last-
Snow's gone.
Yeah, as soon as the snow's gone. So we have weeks and weeks of preparation in the fall, in the spring that our summer seasonals aren't on board yet.
Okay.
And then in the fall is a major time because of, the sports get ramped back up.
Yeah.
And then we have leaves, endless supplies of leaves to have to fix and clean up and pick up.
No problem keeping people busy in the wintertime.
No. We have a 2.5-year backlog of trees that need to be cut down that we don't have the staff to handle right now. Not to mention, and what we end up doing is because we're short-staffed in parks, we end up not really doing tree maintenance within the parks either. So like now you see them, they're at the schools this week, but we're gonna end up having to pull them off next week to go start street trees because we're just so far behind.
So this employee is really going to fit in with the rest of your staff? It's not going to be it's not a field person?
No, I mean, we're just trying to show that how much we can use one for that. No, it'll be a general employee. You know, and like in the winter for plowing, you know, you all know, we're gonna bring on almost 10 miles of road in the next year. We need, you know, that's 2 plow routes, if you really wanna look at it. And we have 2 staff, 2 people on each plow route, so that's really 4 people. One person will go a long way in being able to help that, knowing that we are gonna have a huge impact coming up in the next year, so.
Well, that's important. I'm glad you mentioned, I'm glad I brought it up because,
Yeah.
I think we're talking about FTEs, you know, we've got some decisions to make today.
Yeah.
That's important. to
Yeah,
know
I mean,
that
we
it's
have-
not just we're not just using
No.
the person to line fields, you know, field maintenance.
No, I'd love to buy a machine that just
Yeah,
did it
right,
automatically.
right.
Not quite there yet.
Question, just, because you just mentioned the trees, is there any synergy between you and the light department? Because I know they do their contractual tree trimming. I mean, are you talking about trees that frankly, there's no light department poles in that area?
Correct.
There's no what? Okay, so you're talking
Yeah.
basically the opposite side of the street?
Yeah, it's
or
pretty much the
underground?
opposite. It's the
Yeah.
opposite side of the street. Yeah, they'll do anything that's relatively close to their power. But a lot of times too, they'll cut down, but they do a lot of just trimming, where we will, you know, if it needs to be, we'll take the thing right down to the stump.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's everything away. We won't even go near the power line. So if it's anything near a power line, we end up having to send it to the light department.
So question, and I may have missed this. At one point, there was discussion about a memorandum of understanding between Park and Rec, schools, highway. Was that ever done?
Oh, man.
So I think that.
Would have been Board of Selectmen.
I think that it's a memorandum of understanding that's been discussed between, and correct me if I'm wrong, between the schools and parks. And there is one that exists. There was just discussion about updating it, and it hasn't, at this point, been updated.
Greg, I know what you're referencing. That was a huge deal when alumni was coming on,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was, you know, Mike, I see you in the back. I think that discussion kind of turned, because we found out where to put the money for that budget. That's why did the MOU go away, or does it still exist? We're talking Park and
Efforts were
Rec.
made to update it. The language that we had worked towards, the commissioners of Park and Rec didn't seem like they could get to accept it. So it's been dormant. The ball's more or less in their court about, do they want to accept the language as it's currently written, or do they want to come back and take another shot at it with us?
Yeah, so what, I guess the question is, budget-wise, is there a hang-up in there on that, or is it more of
No,
just control?
Nina's right. The current MOU is still in place, and we're operating under those premises. So the cost sharing in terms of field maintenance versus collecting fees from the youth groups versus the schools providing access to our buildings for park and rec programming, all continues apace
Yeah.
as it has for years. No changes in that regard.
It was mostly language around use that Park and Rec commissioners could not get around, because Mike, myself, and Mike Prue hammered out what we thought was going to be something that was acceptable. There was some pushback from the director of Park and Rec, as well as what some of the commissioners, and they couldn't get to a point where they were comfortable accepting the terms of the agreement that we agreed upon.
There's a specific section that's a sticking point for both sides, is basically what it comes down to, I think. If I'm
Okay,
not
I mean, that's a BOS thing, I guess, to get that back invigorated, I guess, but
And as far as an impact on the budget, I don't think it's.
that was the concern, yeah.
None of the language changes that we're proposing or that we're stuck on relates to budget.
Okay.
That's not the problem.
Okay. All right.
And then if we flip the page, the school, or page 24, school parks maintenance, that 27,000 is moving 7,000 out of the parks maintenance supplies below it into the school parks maintenance. Most of that, or all of that, is lime, hiring the contractor for the lime, the aerating, slice seeding, basically the maintenance of all the sports fields. Everything we do to the sports fields. And then the parks maintenance supplies is the products that we buy, that we do it for. We buy, because we can place the fertilizer ourselves, so that covers all of the fertilizer costs.
And is there any benefit to, because I know that Chris and guys have to go for certification licensing to put down pesticides and all that kind of stuff. Is there any benefit to rolling that back into the outsourcing that like you do with this lice seeding and the lime?
We could, no. I guess short answer is no. It's about 4 times the cost if we hire a
That's fair
contractor
enough.
to place fertilizer. That's why we do it.
Right.
We don't do the lime because we get such a good deal on it, and it's such a big piece of equipment that it's easier, cheaper just to hire. We use ag grade lime, I guess. It's just the white powder, and the guy drives around in a big truck. It's like pennies on the dollar from what we pay.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So we can jump down to roadway. Line painting, we have increased the amount of line painting we do now. We do a lot more fog lines than we ever used to, primarily to kind of help the bicycles and pedestrians kind of have an area that's more designated for them. It's a little safer. So because of that, our budget, we've gone over the 8,500 every year since I've been here, and I've just had to cover it under other items underneath that. So we're just asking for an increase to 11,000. That'll get us, last year we paid, I think this year we spent like 10,600, 10,700, something like that, so. Professional services, I don't remember why we reduced this, but we typically don't spend more than that. I mean, that's kind of a budget, whatever it is, if I don't have it, I don't use it. It's usually for consulting engineers. If we have to do a traffic study, stuff like that, is typically how we would use that money. Police details, the rate per hour has gone up, so we are asking for an increase because well, you can see we spent $6,000 more than we had last year, or FY19. So we're just asking for an increase. If not, basically what happens is we run out. Realistically, we technically have to stop working in the road. We don't. I end up finding it somewhere else, but it'd be nice to be able to get us closer to where we actually spend it.
Actuals,
Yeah. Roadway supplies, everything's going up. Cold patch goes up, hot mix has gone up $10 a ton over last year. So we're just asking for a little bit of an increase to cover that. And then, look, I look like a hero here. I cut $100,000 out of the budget. That 100,000 is not really, it was a rollover from 19 to 20, and so that was, it's not really, you guys didn't give me $844,000 last year, so.
Okay.
The 740, you actually gave me 730, I'm asking for 740, and that's been in line with what we've done every year. We've gone up about $10,000 since I've been here, 700, 730.
That's enough. Never enough, but,
It's enough. I can make it work. I mean, I have been making it work, right? I mean, we've gone,
yeah, you've done great things.
yeah, we've gone from doing a mile or two a year to now, last year, if we didn't get cut short of weather, we were on schedule to do 12 miles of
Wow, that's
paving, crack sealing, microsurfacing. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely, it's a healthy budget, and I can absolutely make that work. I mean, this year, we're planning on doing all of Meadowbrook, that whole neighborhood, reconstructing that whole neighborhood, reconstructing Mattawanakee, so we're gonna do some real good things here in the next year or so, so. Yeah, the $10,000 increase, it helps, it really does. Snow and ice does not change. I mean, it's the 200,000, it's been 200,000 what we budget for. This year's been nice, we haven't really spent a lot, knock on wood.
Now you've done it.
I know. I say that, and they did come in last night to salt, but, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I don't, we go over, I don't, it is, so. That's the operating. I don't know if anybody else has any other questions. It's pretty, like I said, it's pretty simple. We don't really change a whole lot.
Quick question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
What's, just looking at kind of the average for a generalist, a general laborer is like 50-ish, right?
Yeah.
Add in all the
So,
fringe.
for us, it's a little different because if we post a position, so raises in our union contract, if you get a new license, you get the raise regardless of, if, everybody could be an equipment operator 3 if they have all the same licenses. So when I put in for a budget, that 52,000, I believe was the number. 52,137. That's me assuming they come in at above a laborer. I can advertise for a
They've got
laborer.
the CDL and they've got the hoist.
Exactly, yeah, because what ends up happening is I could hire them on July 1st as a laborer. They could go get all those licenses, and July 5th, I could be having to pay them $5, $6, $7, $8 an hour more, contractually obligated.
So that is in the contract.
Yes.
Even if you don't need, you just want a general laborer, and you don't
Correct.
need them to be
Correct.
hoisting.
The way the contract's written is we need 2 laborers, 2 equipment operators, 2 of these. It's just, everybody, it actually helps us because if everybody's an equipment 3, everybody can do everything.
Right.
So now it's not, hey, he's out sick or he's out injured. Oh, no, we don't have anybody to run a
Job
catch
shuts
basin
down.
cleaner. So we kind of have to, I have to err on the side of caution because I don't want to come back before you guys and say, hey, I need an extra $25,000, or not 25, but an extra $10,000 at the end of the year, so. Okay, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm just trying to,
But yeah, I try to, right around, the 52 is entry level, or I should say, grade whatever, step 1 of.
general laborer
Yeah,
with,
with the CDL and to be able to run a backhoe.
Curious on the timeline, if the sewering on the common happens, what part does DPW have in that? I know it's a state, mostly the roadways that we're dealing with in there, but we would be.
The only thing we would be doing is I believe when we first started this whole process, we were gonna contribute a portion of the money to repave some of the town roads, not the state roads.
Okay.
So, like use Russell Street for an example. I don't wanna reconstruct Russell Street yet because we know we're gonna put sewer down there. So as part of that sewer project, I would end up contributing, the highway department would end up contributing some budget number to repave Russell Street. Realistically, what I would do is then take that and do new sidewalks. And we would make it as a bigger project, but yeah, so we are gonna contribute mostly to pavement restoration.
But mostly on a normal cycle that you would do it anyway, maybe.
I'm trying to not do roads that I know are gonna be in it, like Shattuck Street's terrible. I wanna repave
Right.
Shattuck Street in the worst way, but I know we're gonna run a sewer main down there, so I'm not doing it yet.
Yeah, okay.
So kinda like that, where I know, it's actually gonna be nice, cause most of the roads that we are gonna put sewer down, I need to repave.
Okay.
So it's.
That was the next question.
Yeah, I'm just trying to hold off and Band-Aid them until we're ready for it.
Thank you for the practical and common sense approach. We appreciate it. The
You're
town
welcome.
appreciates it.
You're welcome. I only like to do things once.
Other questions really on operating?
Job.
Yeah, I think one of the things that, you know, we had talked about was Selectmen, some of your goals aligning with the different department budgets. I'm just trying to think how DPW's, some of their budgetary things are fitting into those. You guys have, I mean, obviously the town's over, you know, Soaring is.
Well, even little things in the master plan implementation, Chris instinctively puts
Yeah.
in more attention to pedestrian and bike, bike traffic, and that stuff comes out in the master plan.
Right,
Alright.
improving pedestrian and.
Yeah, I mean, we're adding new sidewalk on Foster Street, and
Yeah.
the goal is to slowly pop up. I know that's one of the big ones from the selectmen is the sidewalks, so
Mhm. Yeah.
we are adding those anywhere we can. That makes sense.
And just out of curiosity, the status of that project, the Foster Street project that I discussed, that was Mr. Keith.
Passwords.
Yeah, so from the, what is it, Balsam Way all the way to Taylor?
The TIP project? Yeah, so right now, we're currently funded for, in the TIP, we're funded for construction in 2024.
Oh.
I will be coming back to the board in the next month or so with so we're up to 25% design. Mass DOT is in the process of scheduling their design public hearing. I'll come back to the board for the remaining portion of the contract to sign to get us to 100% design. I already have that money budgeted. So we should be 100% design realistically in 12 to 16 months. And then at that point, we're actually gonna try to push them up a year on the tip to try to get us to 2023, because we'll be shovel ready. So, so we're moving along. It's pretty exciting.
And I know there was discussion of, I mean, that project's just gonna end at Balsam Way on Foster.
Correct.
Is there discussion to go all the way to Bumblebee? Was that something that,
You mean Harwood?
Harwood, excuse, well, Bumblebee Park, yeah,
Bumblebee.
Harwood,
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
sorry,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, the idea, the intention would be to keep going, not with the state won't do it.
Right.
So we're gonna get through this phase, let's get this constructed, then we will look at how we can move
Yeah.
down the road. Realistically, it probably won't include a 10-foot wide bike lane, because we end up
Right,
in
yeah,
the
no
neighborhoods
way.
and it's a lot tighter. But a simple 5-foot wide sidewalk
Yeah.
with some bike lanes is gonna be a huge difference.
Different topography too, because as you go down towards Harwood, you got elevated lots.
Exactly.
So you're gonna be doing
The
a lot
nice
more
thing will be is
engineering.
because we're not having to build to Mass DOT standards, we'll still be complete streets standard, but not Mass DOTs.
Yeah.
We cut out a huge amount of money in design and construction costs just from not having to go through their review process. I mean, it's Mass DOT, so it's,
It's just really the sidewalk and the granite.
yeah, it'll be end up granite curb, concrete sidewalks. I'll probably do granite curb on both sides of the road. If I can squeeze some bike lanes in, I will.
Yeah.
If I can make the sidewalk a little wider, maybe say I can go
Yeah.
7 or 8 feet, that'll help. But that is the intention, is to keep moving down. And as we do that, I'm moving up from downtown. So we did the first section of the corner. My goal is next year to do the next section from
Bring the TV
basically
train?
Foster to Hadawan up to Mill.
Yep.
That developer, we have them installing sidewalk all the way in front of their project on Foster, so putting the
It's really
piece.
tight there.
Yeah, it is. That's why I'm having him do that one. So we're slowly building out the pieces. We're gonna hop, skip, and jump, and over the next, 5, I don't like to say 10 years, but realistically, 5 to 10 years, we should have that full sidewalk completed on Foster Street. And,
Yeah. And that's, but you said that's already in your budget works. So it's not-
yes, no, I would end up, everything I do going north, I guess it'd be south on Foster Street,
Yeah.
would be within the appropriations.
Oh, okay, that was it.
Yeah, no, I mean, unless the board said, let's do this as one big project, then obviously that would be outside my scope.
Yeah.
I'm planning on doing everything that I can do within the budget, whether that's 500 feet of sidewalk a year, or whatever the number is.
Do you foresee any land taking when you get up to that stage?
Maybe maybe at the intersection of Harwood and Foster, but my goal, the right-of-way is fairly wide.
It is.
Yeah, it's fairly wide. Now, we will end up having to go and do another, similar to what we did on Foster Street, because technically it was adopted back in the 1800s, but we don't have record of it. We're gonna have to end up doing another accepting of this public way again for the rest of Foster Street, but
Didn't we do that, or did you just, you
We
mentioned
did it,
those?
but we only did it from.
Okay.
For the DOT.
We only did it from Taylor to Harwood, and the reason we didn't go the rest of the way is because I didn't have the extra 20 grand to pay the surveyor to do more survey.
He did speak to it, though.
Yes, I did. I said that we are gonna have to end up doing it again, so, I mean, it's not a big deal, but the right of way is fairly wide, so we have some room to work.
So is there, not to drill down this particular discussion, but is there still discussion of a roundabout or something there? And is that also part of this plan then?
We will analyze the intersection
Okay.
and come up with
Okay,
recommendations.
but that's all part, I mean, if you go further down there though and start putting in sidewalks and so on, obviously.
It would all be, yeah,
it'll
we
be
would,
part of
we
the
would
plan.
Yeah, just say it.
we would figure out what to do with the intersection before. I'm trying not to
Was
look
I not
at, I'm
supposed to
trying not to
bring
look
this
at Paul. 'cause we'll have they'll give us
Okay.
a few different options, but yeah,
Okay.
we'll know what we're gonna do there before we get anywhere near it. In
Do a
case-
flyover.
Flyover, okay.
Well, yeah, we'll have to worry about the traffic then.
Cloverleaf.
Any other questions on operational, what we're looking at? The one FTE and then, all right.
One FTE and some seasonal.
Yeah, the seasonal's the same. It's usually the two we ask for, right?
So that's, yeah, it's at the 10,000, 11.
Yeah, 10,864. And the only reason it goes up a little bit every year is because if I bring the same guy back, we have to give him a next step raise. That's all.
All right, I guess we can move on to capital.
All right.
Did we do the cemetery?
I don't do the cemetery.
TC came in and did that before we noticed.
Okay.
Anything to say about the cemetery outside of, I know it's under your purview, so it's not everything. He had a good, I mean, he,
Yeah, no,
You did a good job.
okay.
people are still there.
Yeah, well, TC did a good job.
If they start moving out, I'll let you know.
Be here all week.
All right, ready for this one? The capital is my favorite.
Ours too.
So,
We're pulling this out. Where is it?
oh, 199, I'm sorry. Oh, you don't have the same one I did.
Yeah, we do that. There we go.
Oh, page 199.
Or you can look on your blue. Probably easier to go to 199.
We're down near the bottom. Okay, so the first one is the 20,000, which is the major equipment repair that I'll call the gimme, because we've asked for it every year, and that's obviously just to replace the major, something major goes wrong, transmissions, things like that. The next one is the new truck. So you'll remember, back in the early 90s, you guys bought 2 new trucks for a year for 3 years. So they gave us 6 brand new trucks back then, 91, 92, and 93. Well, now, 2 years ago, we asked for 1 truck to start replacing. Obviously, I knew I can't ask for 2 trucks a year now at $250,000 a piece. So I said, I'm gonna ask for 1 a year for 6 years. So 2 years ago, we asked for a big truck, which was $265,000. Last year, we did the same thing. So now we have 2 brand new big trucks with wings, and I'm sure you've seen them around town. Well, we started looking at it this year and realizing we don't need 6 giant trucks. The reason we had them back then was because you used sand and salt, and you would end up using 3 to 4 hoppers of material every time they went out and sanded and salted the town once. Well, because we've removed sand, we now only use half a hopper for each round. So the truck can do 2 whole rounds in town on 1 truckload. So we decided, okay, instead of asking for a $270,000 truck this year, 280, 290, by the time we get to the end, it'd be over 300,000. I thought that was insanity. So what we're proposing here is asking for a smaller big truck. So it's still over CDL requirements, but it's a much smaller truck. It's got a 10-foot plow, it won't have a wing. What we've been able to do is reduce the cost down to about $170,000. So we've cut almost $100,000 off the truck. It'll have enough, the hopper's big enough where it'll take 1 full hopper, but it can do the whole route. So we're in the same basic spot. We net the same thing. This is the plan moving forward, is to replace the remaining 4 trucks with these.
So at some point, we won't have any trucks with wings, but do we?
Well, you have the 2 brand new trucks with wings. Right now, you have not. Technically, before I bought the last one 2 years ago, you had no trucks with wings. You just had a big truck with an 11-foot plow. And actually, we only plowed with 4 of them because 2 of them are 10-wheelers, and those are a huge pain in the butt to plow with. They're too long, they don't turn, they're just, they don't like to use them, so we don't use them. We break rear ends. So we're really only plowing with 4 of the 6 big trucks we have. This is gonna, so we'll have the 2 big trucks with the new wings now. Those will be basically compensating 1 truck instead of 2, because that wing acts like the second truck. We then will have these 4 new trucks, which will then be able to bring those other 2 that we don't plow with into the fleet during the snowstorms. So the intention would be moving forward, this one and then 3 additional ones over the next 3 years at 175,000. So I didn't think it made sense to spend 100 extra grand on a truck for
To
no
echo
reason.
what Betsy said earlier, appreciate your common sense approach and going after what will get the job done.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This and these are going to be
Efficient.
these are the same. I mean, we're not up in northern Maine plowing 4.5 feet of snow every time. So these are going to be more than sufficient
I appreciate that.
to get the job done.
So can I just, the not doing the sand, I guess that happened a while ago and I'm not on top of all the stuff. Does that also save you then in the spring in terms of the cleanup?
Yes. So we still street sweep the whole town, but the material we pull off the street is a fraction, 1/100th of what we used to. And now we don't have to pay nearly the cost to dispose of it because it's then technically considered hazardous waste. So it ended up costing you a lot more to get rid of, and now we don't have that problem because we have the equivalent of like a dump truck load a year, not 1,000 yards a year. I mean, it's a huge difference. Like I said, we still spend the money to sweep,
Yeah,
but it's
okay.
just,
Okay.
we sweep in 3 weeks, not 3 months, kind of thing.
Do you sand at all?
No, no.
There's
No,
no
I think there's-
sensitive areas that,
No, there's no, and we have no dirt roads, so we don't sand anything. We give sand away at the DPW, but we don't use sand anyway. The only time we use sand is if there's a oil spill or something like that, we'll go up. We do have sand in case we need it for something, but we are pretty good at using just salt. Keep going?
Yeah, we definitely have sand. I saw the, in the big sheds.
Oh, so just salt.
Is it all salt?
That's all salt. Yeah. We have, the sand is just in a little pile. We buy it 1 truckload at a time, and we go through maybe 2 a year at most. It's all resident stuff, but it's around the corner.
I was just thinking back, that must have been 7 or 8 years ago, we had something going on, flooding, where the Mass National Guard had come in, they actually used our sand to fill sandbags.
Oh, yeah, we have enough sand for that.
For that type of stuff?
Yeah,
Okay.
but we don't have a shed full. It's all salt.
Oh.
Looking out at the lifetime of these vehicles, do you expect any transition back to sand? I know there's been some
No.
concern about use of salt.
No, the environmental impact on sand, using sand is wildly more than the salt. I mean, we put out a lot of salt, but it's all controlled. I mean, we put out 250 pounds per lane mile, the minimum we can safely do to keep public safety. You know, I mean, we don't over salt. We have all our trucks have ground speed control, which regulates the amount of salt that gets put out. I mean, we are as efficient with salt as we can be. So I would never recommend going back to sand unless somebody required me to DEP or something, but that will never happen.
I mean, the point about the salt being in the sheds, the reason it's in the sheds and the evaporation that happens on the roads. I mean, if it gets wet, it dissolves
Correct,
and
yeah.
evaporates.
And part of our MS4, it's required to be covered. So, I mean, we were covering it long before that, but it kind of works out that,
Otherwise it wastes
yeah,
runoff.
yeah, the runoff, yeah. All right, so the next 2 trucks are replacements. Last year, I came and asked for one of the 4-inch trucks, which is one of the 2011 Chevy 2500s. But I said we probably could, I think that was a conversation we had, I could wait a year and replace it with a lawnmower. We traded lawnmower for the truck, which worked out really well. But I'm back again this year with that same truck. And then, so then the second one is to replace what was Jim Clyde's is now Stephen Whitten's truck. That truck is starting to see some major problems. I just dumped $3,000 into it just to get it to pass some missions. So it's, I mean, these trucks get beat to death. They're in the salt every single day. They're just like the big trucks. They just get pounded to death. So these are for 2 replacements of those. we've kept them as simple as we can. Obviously, they're just gas trucks. We're not buying diesels anymore. Diesel's not worth the cost of the truck. So we're showing 2 new trucks.
So this is an active truck used for plowing and during the snowstorms?
Yeah, both of these are, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're used.
So I see 85,000, I'm like, and it's a truck, goodness.
Yeah,
If I
which-
can't get 85,000 out of my truck.
I agree.
But
Come
that-
down and take a look at this one. We've
No,
actually, we had to
that's why I was
replace
up.
the, I mean, everything's just, what happens is everything rots underneath it.
Yeah.
You know, so they look really nice, right? You see them driving down the road, they look
Yeah.
like they're in good shape, and we take good care of them, but the undersides, they're gone. The floorboards on the first one.
It's rotting away.
Yeah, touch
Yeah.
soft.
Yeah.
You be careful when you get in it, where you stand.
Let's get some of those WeatherTech things.
We actually, we have WeatherTechs in every, we outfit all our trucks with WeatherTech, so.
That's good, that's good.
I mean, we try to, we're trying to do it, and we undercoat them every year. It's just,
Nature of the beast.
it's the nature of the beast.
Chris, you're moving from 3/4 ton to 1 ton trucks. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, so, in the past, we've bought Minute Mount HD plows, which are just heavy-duty plows. They're not heavy, they're heavy-duty for the guy who plows his driveway, they're not heavy-duty for us. We end up bending them right at the joint, and they look like a big U. So we're switching to MC plows, which are municipal grade plows, which is what we have on our F450s and F550s. And to do that, we can't put that on an F250, we have to put it on a 350.
These single-wheel 350s or
Yeah,
duals?
no, we buy single wheels. The cost difference between the 350 and the 250 was $2,000. So the plow is, to replace a HD plow when we bend it is $6,000. So to me, it only made sense to upgrade the truck, and then we can buy the better plow. And then I think
Parks.
yeah, I'm trying to find. Oh, yeah, parks, okay, which is the next page. The only thing I have on here is the irrigation system, and why we were asking for this is it takes one of our staff members approximately 3 hours a day, 5 days a week, all summer long, to drag the hose, set the system up, go back, reel it in. So what we're trying to do is, we already do currently irrigate this field, but it's manual. So we're asking to use the 25 grand and install an automatic irrigation system. It'll have the clock, the same as the high school does. So
What field is this, just to educate
No,
us?
the middle school field. Right, when you pull into the parking lot for the middle school, right on this.
Oh, so it's like the practice field for a lot of the youth teams, some of the sports stuff
Yeah,
they're doing there.
and the
Lacrosse
lacrosse
and
place
there.
there.
Okay, I know, okay.
Right. And the reason we're picking this field first, one, it's the cheapest the cheapest one. Two, we already have a hydrant right there, and we just had the water department place a meter pit for us, so it's super easy connecting it. We have power on site, and we already water it anyways. And this is the most labor-intensive field to water.
Really?
Yeah, because it's got that, have you seen that big
Track.
can? Have you seen, well, because they set the stuff up and just leave it. The pipes and stuff, they just set them up
Cannon?
and leave them. Yeah, but we have to drag the cannon over to the middle school field, drag the cannon out, hook it
Buy
up.
another cannon for a lot less than 25,000.
You could, but I'm looking at it as an efficiency standpoint.
Oh.
So I get the guy spending hours and hours a day over there doing that. But this will regulate it so we get the right amount of water on the field, at the right time of day. Turns off, if we get a rainy season, it slows down. If it's a dry season, it increases. It'll be the exact same setup as high school.
It's had an impact. I mean, the field looks awesome.
Yeah.
It's getting a lot of.
Yeah, I mean, the high schools, you can tell, it's
Right.
beautiful.
Yeah, it's, you get a deeper root base so that
Yeah.
you're not killing the grass
It's easy.
as much.
So during the watering season, how many hours a week do you think this frees up?
It's at least, it's 3 hours a day for one guy, so 5 days a week, and we water every single day, so it's 15 hours a week.
Over 10, 15 weeks.
Yeah, well, we start watering really Memorial Day week. Last year we had to do it earlier because we didn't have rain in the spring, but then in the fall it kind of got wet, so yeah, call it
Shut it
15
down.
weeks, 4 months, 3-4 months.
Just so that we see what's coming, you still have the manual process to do the water can at the track and at the Whitcomb field.
Yeah, my goal would be is, we don't need new lawnmowers now for quite a few years. We're pretty much up to snuff on those. My goal would be to ask to irrigate a field a year.
I So we have the pump station in the outfield, behind the batting cage at Whitcomb Field. Just across the 1 next to the path going to Shattuck. Any idea what that estimate would be? It's
That one's substantially
much more geography there.
Yeah, that
so-
one's substantially more. I would actually do the infield of the track next, because we already have the pipe. There's a sleeve already going underneath the track, so we don't have to disturb the track. That was put in when the track was
Right.
built. That will be comparable to this cost. Wickham is gonna be it's basically the equivalent of like
Three
three
times the size,
three
4 times the
fields.
size.
Yeah. There's a little bit different, though. We could probably change different heads, stuff like that. So, I don't want you to say it's 3 times the size of this, it's $75,000.
Right.
I don't believe that would be the case.
Correct.
But yeah, my next one would be to try to do the middle school, the track
The
field.
infield of the track.
Infield of the track.
So Chris,
And if we could do just those two, it'd be a huge difference. If we never did Wickham, would be okay. I wouldn't have an issue with that, because we save so much time by doing those two.
There's also a maintenance issue with dragging the pipe over to the track
Mhm.
and going across the track is more.
Yeah, you gotta put mats
damaging
down.
the track.
Yeah,
So
yeah, absolutely.
It is very labor intensive, and obviously you guys do it.
Yeah.
so Chris, have you looked at the cost of doing irrigation on all these sites and what it would mean in labor savings?
Yeah, the FTE savings, really, at the end of the
Really,
day, somewhere down the line.
It's 15 hours on
Yeah,
one.
it could
Yeah,
be
just
yeah.
on field,
I
15
mean,
hours, it sounds like.
My rough calculations were $10,000 of labor in a single year. When you add in
So
the
it paid for something.
salary, the benefits,
Yeah.
all that
It's
stuff.
a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Right.
Why we're proposing here.
Yeah.
So you're gonna cut staff too, then? That's what we start to say. It doesn't sound like you wanna cut staff.
I don't want to cut staff. I don't ever want to cut staff.
Pays to be efficient.
I guess that was too
Does
obvious
it
of
pay
a
to be
question.
efficient?
Maybe
It
it'll
does
catch
not.
up on all the tree removal.
It doesn't pay to be efficient.
If he was a really clever operator, he would have beefed up the FTEs
Yeah.
and then come in a couple of years later with, oh, hey, we're gonna put this stuff in.
Yeah.
That's it.
So we're really not saving anything, then. It just sounds good on paper.
Sounds good.
If we could just do driverless plows now, it'd be all set.
We have driverless cars. Remote control ones.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I got.
All right, so last chance with Chris, anything else?
Great job as always.
Discuss?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate all your effort.
Thank you.
You need team.
And coming in ahead of time too, which is nice.
There are some who feel like being 15 minutes early means being on time.
Yeah.
Chris, other than the things that we've brought up, just to identify for the future, are there any things that, rather than being surprised, that you anticipate next year or 2 years, 3 years out that?
The only thing is gonna be the Great Road Beaverbrook intersection design. That really is the only thing coming up that is going to be a substantial number.
Mass DOT get graded at an F, which is the worst grade.
Yes. Well, not Mass DOT, our traffic engineer.
Okay.
Graded Beaverbrook as an intersection.
Wicked bad.
Wicked bad, it might have been the words they actually used. But right now, we currently are we've submitted our project need form and our project initiation form to the project review committee at MassDOT, so we're hoping they review that end of February, middle of March. If they approve the project, we get a state project number, in which case then we can move forward once we have design money for them to start the process, just like we did on Foster Street. This one is an absolute no-brainer for getting funded. It's just a matter of us having to come up with the $300-ish thousand for
To get us to that point, to be able to.
To get us to that
in front of
point.
it,
10 cents on the dollar. We pay $300,000, we get about $3 million, so.
I would say the only thing that I would add to that is, we're probably gonna ask for letters of support, just even though it is probably, as Chris said, a no-brainer, it still helps the process make it as smooth as possible.
When do we sign?
Soon.
Do you envision anything happening in the, I don't know what near future even means, but from a highway standpoint, but at the 2A and 495 interchange? I mean, the traffic backs up on that, coming off onto 495, sometimes all the way back to 495, trying to make that left onto
2A
or 110.
Taking left towards the high school and the church?
Yeah,
So you're coming southbound on 495?
exit 31, whatever it is.
Oh,
Yeah. And then that also got that, whatever the road is across the way there where you
Mary
can't.
Shepherd.
got your answer.
Yeah, huh?
Mary Shepherd. We can ask them, but
No, I just wondered if
it's not on their radar.
it's not on anybody's radar right now at all.
No, I mean, we could, it's the same as kind of anything, right? We could, if the town's willing to spend the money, we could do a traffic study at that intersection and see if, whatever the results are, could be for or against the light. I mean, I'm gonna tell you, that intersection, you can't do that one without doing the off-ramps on the northbound side, right, of 495, over kind of closer to King Street, to Russell Street, you gotta do it all together.
So it would look like the point now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd
I
narrow it
see.
down.
You're
We'd
talking
have to have-
millions and
I
millions
see.
and millions of
Yeah.
dollars.
Yeah,
Why would
you're
you have to do
right.
both? I mean, the real problem is the southbound side.
Yeah, because you'll end up pushing the problem. You have to kind of, everything's gotta be coordinated together, right? All lights need to be
Downstream,
synced
upstream.
together. Yeah, so I mean, in the end, I'm guessing, but in the end, I'm guessing Mass DOT would say a light has to go here and they have to do it all together. Mary Shepherd would probably have to be reconstructed.
Mary Shepherd, Murray Park.
Murray Park, what is it?
Murray Park,
Shepherd?
yeah,
Murray
that's why I was
Park, I'm
confused there.
sorry,
Okay,
yeah.
got it, okay.
Because coming out on that angle,
Right.
MassDOT doesn't like, usually like that. So, I mean, it's one of those things, we can spend the money to do the study for the whole area, 10, 15 grand probably. But in the end, unless MassDOT, I don't think it's
It's more
like-
from the state standpoint. I think when it starts traffic backing up and it's already on the 495, people trying to get off of there, that's what I think they would.
That's because of ways.
Huh?
Because of ways. People are.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
and unfortunately,
Get off there and go
MassDOT
to the back
typically
road and-
doesn't move unless, kind of like the Air Bruce intersection issue.
Somehow happens,
Something
something bad
Well, there's
happens.
been a number of accidents.
There has been a number of accidents, you're right. I don't what I think you're gonna find, a lot of it's not gonna have to do with 495 off-ramps. It's gonna have to be the issue of Murray Park. And then the state's gonna say, well, that's your issue, not ours.
Right.
So,
Okay, just curious.
Yeah,
If you're contributing to
Thank
the
you.
problem, you can fix it.
basically, yeah. It's kind of like the Beaverbrook when I said, hey, will you guys design it and pay for it? And they said, well, you can design it. Because they don't have a problem, right? Well, Great Road moves beautifully. It's our problem, so.
Jerks.
Yeah, well, hey, it is what it is.
It's all Westford traffic anyway.
So it's their problem.
It's their
We
problem.
do have residents that live down there, Greg.
A couple.
So how does that work? Do we send them the bill, or do we get authorization
Go right
first? Do a traffic
Westford will
study?
chip in a little.
Yeah, right. Turns out 30% of the cars are yours, Westford. Here's 30% of the bill.
Bet it's more than that.
Another long-term capital question, landfill?
Yes. I don't have a number yet.
Okay.
It will be something, I think I was already asked, but yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, you and I have spoken
Yeah,
about this, but I wanted to
the
make sure
problem
it's
is
on-
until we talk to DEP, it could be a little and it could be millions. I don't know, it depends on what DEP is gonna say is the next issue or the next step.
Well, so this will be discussed on Tuesday. We'll get into the minutes.
Yeah, we don't have the full report yet, so I don't wanna speak, don't make me speak to it. We don't have the full report yet.
Yeah, and the point being, something may need to be done with the landfill, and it's unknown at this point.
Yeah.
what that
Something
is.
will need to be done to the landfill, it's just how much it's gonna cost.
Right, but it could be anything from monitoring for a long,
Do some
continuing to
long-term
monitor
monitoring.
to some cap mitigation to, I mean, the fringe case would be some sort of massive reconstruction of the cap or something, but that would be highly unlikely.
Worst case.
Yeah. I mean, it's just been, it's 30 years of neglect, really.
But regardless of what DEP says, we're going to take some proactive action, I would imagine, just because it's kind of historical, that's what we've done. Just to make
Yes,
sure that
yeah, we are going to solve the problem any way we can.
Mhm.
Right, I mean, it just comes down to, we don't want to do something DEP says, well, that was silly, why'd you do that? But we don't want to go, yeah, DEP said this, we're not going to do that. You know what I mean, so it's that, our goal is to work very closely with DEP, and we think this, you think we should do this, let's mirror those together, match them up, all right, let's try that, let's go to the next step. Then we test and continue down that path of doing whatever it takes to make it right. Is that the answer? That was the answer, right?
So this is going on probably across the Commonwealth with dump sites?
The landfill's a little bit,
The landfill.
our landfill's a little bit unique in that
Placement.
Yeah, in terms of its location and that it's in a Zone 2 drinking water area, and also that it hasn't had long-term monitoring. But the way that the solid waste program works is that there isn't necessarily, even if there's some leachate coming out of your landfill, there isn't necessarily a requirement to remediate it.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, it's a monitor it and let's see what happens and let's see how it goes. It's not the same program as like a hazardous waste site where you have an affirmative action to remediate it. If there are receptors, if there are people being harmed, if there are ecological receptors, then in a solid waste landfill situation, you have to take more active roles. But we're still trying to sort out.
Well, the next few months, this is going to come to light, regardless. Okay.
Did they, the Fincom, do the reserve fund transfer? Do you all be here? Do you want to talk about, are you doing that today?
I didn't bring the sheet.
Well, perhaps we can have the conversation and then
I can bring
vote it
the
on
sheet.
Tuesday.
Okay, yeah. So as part of this landfill thing that has come up, it requires hiring the contractor, having them come out, the engineer, having them come out, do the first round of sampling, environmental monitoring report, environmental monitoring plan, and then some incidental stuff moving forward. That was a cost, do you remember the number? Right around 21,000 and change. So we need a reserve fund transfer for that number to cover the costs right now, because we don't have any money.
I'll just get it on our next agenda.
Yeah, yeah. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Did they come to you?
That's what Tuesday is.
You guys are, we're not meeting on Tuesday. I haven't told the whole board. We have to push it out a week. Yeah, we're going to meet later in the month, so.
Thank you, Chris.
Board of Selectmen are meeting this Tuesday, the planning board, and then we're going to meet. I have to push it out. Yeah.
We're not meeting Tuesday.
We are not meeting Tuesday, FinCom, just to let you know. All right. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris.
Chief and Deputy?
Glad to see the highway
Next
department
up,
continuing with the approval approach.
Yes. Yeah. Police Department. Jody said your blue suit looks very pretty. Hey, it's on camera.
I'm going to show a PowerPoint, so I don't know if you want to move your seats a little bit to see the PowerPoint sitting behind you.
Kirby, will it show on the smaller TV as well? The PowerPoint? Excuse me.
Video stream, yes, sir.
Also be a little delay. That's all.
It won't be up all the time.
All right, thank you.
In other words,
Did everybody hear that?
but
Um,
I'm going to go back.
He's presenting a PowerPoint, so if you want to be on that side looking at it, or
Watch the wire, it's coming this
you
way.
can grab a coffee and watch. On the other
Chief, can
side.
you airdrop it to me?
What's that?
You learned a new term.
I know, right? You should have just learned that yesterday. Look at
Literally.
you.
So
Look at you.
Literally.
Deputy
Every
Connie.
day.
Chief's budget's on page 98 for those that are looking for
Is that the new 98?
the new 98.
We just grab a coffee while we're.
Yeah. Yeah, please, grab a coffee so you can watch the PowerPoint. Chief will brief.
Yeah.
We'll be good. Let me,
Happy to not have color handouts, I got to tell you.
1 minute.
Paperless. What a nice picture.
We'll get more coffee, but that would be a bad idea.
No.
Plus, just after a while,
Actually, we had a
Meeting day.
surgical text. Oh, really? Yeah.
do that anymore.
She's in my golf club. Where's the blue thing over the front door?
Yeah, this guy's literally a character out of a love movie. I said, yeah, you just don't know if he's a
villain or the hero? And Wasinski says, I guess it depends on your perspective. That's what I said. I should have said, if you're one of the people he's pulled out. I said, if you're one of the people. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I should have said, if you're one of the people he's pulled out of harm's way, he's the hero. But if you're an athletic director or football coach in the ISL, he's a villain.
Take freebies whenever they're available.
Oh, yeah. You get a lot of freebies.
Yeah, I'll give.
What's different from this side?
So, Mike, you'll get a kick out of his response to my text.
Oh, okay. Is that on the same, on your same? Okay, it's in the same.
No.
Okay. All right, we're going to jump into the police operational budget. Chief and deputy are here, and we're going to start it with operational, and I think we're going to do animal control.
We do animal control first.
Animal control first. So you could direct your attention to the PowerPoint and also your books on page 98 for the discussion.
If I could just have everybody's attention first for a second. If I don't know if many of you are aware, but I'm the control chief for Demlik Motor Unit, and we have my whole entire unit right now up in Lowell for Katie Tyne, who died at Newport News, Virginia. And I'd just like to ask for a little moment of silence, if it's possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm kind of the guy that kind of stands up and walks around, so I hope you guys are okay with that. I know it's something you're not used to. Sorry, Kurt. So we got a little PowerPoint presentation. I'm not sure exactly what was done in the past in regards to the police department budget, but contrary to that, this here is a true budget as to what the Deputy Chief Patterson and myself have monitored over the last year and a half to what the needs of our department is to service the community that we all are working in. I know there's no blue tarp, and I know there's no cinder blocks falling off of this right now, but this is our police station, and hopefully in a year and a half, 2 years, it'll be back to looking like this. Thank you very much for allotting the $85,000 to have the investigative work done, which will start, I think, next week or week after. They're going to be taking a lot of the pieces out over the windows to find out exactly what's going on with it. First budget we're going to talk about is the animal control budget. I believe it's budgeted for $34,000. If you look in FY18, we spent $32,000. FY19, myself and the deputy implemented a new policy that we will not just call animal control direct. We will have one of the officers working the road respond to the animal complaint first. Once the officer goes to the animal complaint, we'll see if it is actually warranted to call animal control out. Animal control only covers us Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. After that, we get charged a 4-hour minimum. FY19, we cut that by $5,000, and we're on track to cut it even a little bit more this year, seeing exactly how we go. That's pretty much the animal control budget. It's a contract we have with the town of Boxborough Animal Control. I'm not sure if anybody has any questions in regards to that.
I'm sorry, when you get called out, what is it, what's the situation usually?
It could be anything from a loose dog, an animal that was struck by a vehicle. It is multiple things. Barking complaint, which we get a lot, leash law violation, all those things.
So Chief, a barking complaint would be one of those things where you would, that your staff would handle as
Yep.
opposed to, that would be more of a frivolous call, I guess, to have animal control come.
It's crazy to call, and before we were just filing that call off to animal control. Animal control would respond. They'd say, yeah, there's a dog barking. Hey, can you bring your dog in? And we'd get charged 4 hours for that.
Okay.
So, which we tried cutting the cost down. We did it last year. We cut it down. I believe we gave back $5,000 for that budget. But I still have to budget for those times that are coming up. Hopefully we can cut it down again this year to go forward.
Chief?
Yes, sir.
Wildlife animal strikes, like deer, is that under animal control?
It's under animal control. We handle most of that ourselves, especially when one has to be dispatched. Obviously, it comes under us, our purview, what we do. I remember 3 years ago, 4 years ago now, if you recall back, we had quite a case going where we had a dog that had bit someone. There was lots of follow-up. Detectives actually worked with animal control to do that. So
I thought you were going to use the bull story.
I don't want to go there, please.
The practical matter is the relationship with Foxborough still working out, response times? and all that
Absolutely
sort of-
fantastic. Yep. We what happens? What they asked us to start doing was instead of going direct to animal control, everything goes into our dispatch center. Our dispatch center goes to Boxborough Police Dispatch. Their dispatch and OIC sees if it's a warranted call. They then call the animal control direct. So relationship between us is absolutely fantastic. It's worked out well. Any questions in regards to animal control? So the first slide is Littleton Police Department and the community. We're more than just the black and white cruiser that sits on the side of the road running radar. And I think I've proven that the last year and a half to everybody here in this room. We have done an amazing job to show ourselves in the community and give that back what they deserve. The picture down below, the little girl right there, that's jail for Jane. Cindy and Chuck actually joined me that day. And we went to jail for this little girl, along with several other officers partaking and volunteering their time to arrest us all, bring us in. We raised $38,000 for that girl. And happy to say she's actually doing fantastic right now. So, it was pretty cool. So everybody's aware that I'm pitching 2 full-time employees, and I know that adding FTEs is a big touchy subject, and everybody wants to cut the budget, and FTEs are full par. But unfortunately, it's the times we're living in right now, and I can't justify leaving 2 officers on the road and only 2 officers on the road. So what I did here was I actually, I'm sorry, Chase.
No, don't.
I actually, I pulled apart December 13th dispatch log for the day shift. Our day shift starts at 7 o'clock in the morning and runs till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I just want you to take a little gander at the exactly times and calls that these 2 officers went on. It starts at 7:18 and goes till 3:15. In there, what you don't see is the time that he took to do the reports, any kind of meal break, or any kind of personal breaks. But what you will see is, even though they were going call to call during the day, these 2 officers, they did find time to actually do some proactive policing and do some radar assignments and do some motor vehicle stops on their own. Any questions?
So I guess, yeah, one of the questions would be, when I see something like this, so, and what you just said, so what suffers would be more of the traffic type violation?
More of the
things?
proactive policing work.
Correct.
We don't
And
do
then
that.
community type policing as well.
Exactly. We're doing, right now, when we go down to 2 officers on a shift, whether it's days or eves, we're doing what's called reactive policing. We're reacting to the problem. We're going to the calls. And I know you'll look up there and you'll say, well, you assisted the fire department, 3 or 4 times. Yeah, that's our job. The fire department shows up on a call, but 95, 96% of the time, we're on the road already, so we're usually there before the fire department gets there to give the first aid, to give the CPR, to give those calls the start. And of course, when the fire department shows up with their truck and their ambulances, where are they parking? They're parking in the roadway. So now, everybody knows, especially if you've been involved in a medical, how much it actually takes with the roadway and traffic and how you have to get them around it safely. So we're responsible for the scene from start to finish.
So the normal is you have 2 officers on duty now, that's your standard?
That is the bare minimum we'll go down to.
Okay, but is that all the time, or is it most of the time you have 3 and sometimes you're at 2? I'm just trying to understand.
So every shift right now has 3,
Okay?
except for the split shift has 4. We'll go down to 2 with officers' time off.
Okay.
But right now, we'll go down, what I'm proposing, and you'll see the next couple slides,
Okay.
why. I don't want to go less than 3.
Yeah.
I want to have an OIC and 2 patrolmen on every shift, except for the midnight shift, 11 o'clock at night till 7 in the morning. The way we're proposing it is we'll have an officer either 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. to cover that time for the bars closing. and we'll have 4 officers on it every single time.
So you have another slide that shows
You
right
got it?
now the staffing? Okay, thanks.
Thanks. So, you asked about call volume and whatnot. Right now, calls to the point, just the point. This is everything that's gone up there. 2015, we responded at 295 times. 2019, 1,275 times. This is a 333% increase since 2015. It's a small town within itself up there. And if anybody's on the Market Basket and early morning or late afternoon, you know how busy it is. Of course, the question comes up, oh, what are you doing up there, Chief? It doesn't matter what we're doing up there. We're up there for a call. It's taking a vehicle and an officer out of service to service someone at the point, or service a business at the point, or handle a larceny at the point, or a motor vehicle accident at the point. Something's getting serviced. And when we have one officer there, and if there is a 3-person shift, we have 2 officers somewhere else, not being able to service what's going on up there or what's going on in the community.
Chief, are those calendar year or the fiscal year?
Calendar year. It was the easiest way for us to get the information out of IMC.
Why is that relevant?
Oh, well.
We're all thinking. I don't know how Greg's wired.
I went to school with Greg, so I get the question.
The high school math is paying off. We're just starting school.
So, call volume by year. Again, I brought that up as to see exactly what the calls are per year. If you look, call volume in 2015 was 14,592, with an increase up to 2019 with 20,534. And this is true and factual call volume. It's the last call of the year was 20,534. That is calendar year.
And who was on that call, Chief? Keep that light.
What was the canine?
All good.
So, obviously, the question comes down to the increase in salaries. Most of the increase in our salary, I believe it's 21%. I don't have the sheet in front of me right now, but it's 21%. Again, it's contractual obligations that we have with the union and hiring 2 new officers. The total impact for the 2 new officers is $138,000. And then dispatch again, the contractual obligations for dispatch. We now have, because of emergency medical dispatch, which you guys heard all about last year, we now have 2 communications officers per shift, except for the 11 to 7 shift.
Chief, you pointed out that the point has a lot of call volume. What about other areas in town? What are your top 3 areas where you're going to?
Top area 3,
Yeah, top
Is
number 2 and 3.
the point, the common with accidents,
Okay.
and then I would have to say either Pondside or the apartments on the Acton line. Apartment complexes. 495, now, we have call volume there, yes, Paul, but it's more of backing up the state police. But you're talking like reports that we're taking.
Yeah, and just
Yeah.
where you're going to all the time.
495 Route 2, yeah, we're extremely busy because the policy is if our fire trucks are going out there, we're going out there to make sure the state police is there to protect them. So we go out there with them. And honestly, the state police may have only 1 or 2 cars in the area to handle an accident. They could be coming from, the other side of 190 to get to an accident right here at 495 Route 2. We're always the first one there. A lot of times we're the ones that actually handle the calls. So
We're kind of in the middle of the 2 barracks, too. We have Leominster
We're
and Concord.
dead set in the middle,
So
yeah.
they could be on the outskirts on the
Outskirts
other
of-
side of their.
North Andover on down.
Are you seeing an increase in overtime?
So the overtime is more of a forced overtime. Again, we're still going down to 2 officers. So it's been the trend for the last 10 years to go with 2 officers on shift. Unfortunately, the call volume and the people and ourselves, the type of calls we're going on, we warrant 2 officers being on a call. So again, it's taken away from everybody else. So a little comparison as to what we were talking about with the 2 officer minimum compared to the 3 officer minimum. Right now, again, we don't have a dedicated traffic enforcement officer. We're doing traffic enforcement as the call volume lets us pertain, lets us do. I mean, we do have some proactive officers that are out there, especially our midnight shift. Make sure you get home by 11. They are young, motivated, dedicated patrolmen. I think we've had almost 10 OUIs so far this year
This year?
on the midnight shift. Yeah.
What was that?
I think we've had almost 10 OUIs.
Calendar, yeah.
Thank you, Deputy.
Is it a Julianne calendar?
Busting you.
Wait, it's a matter of time before it's someone else, Greg.
Let her
Just
provide
shut your mouth for now.
So one of the big things we're going to enforce and put into effect if we do get the other two officers is actual true sector assignments. Right now, our sector assignments are east and west, split by 495. What we're going to do is probably cut the town into four, a quadrant. So every officer will have a quadrant. And if we go down to three, it'll be two and then one, or east and west, and with a roaming back and forth. So actually, right now, because cars are floating all around, we're trying to cover the town. You know, I could have two officers down at chip shots and a call come in at the Acton line. And now these guys are doing high rate of speed to get to an emergency situation at Acton, which is also putting everybody else in jeopardy.
Wear and tear on the vehicles.
Taking the words right out of my mouth, Greg.
Using a lot of fuel.
Adds up.
Is it a premium or regular? Is it Imperial gallons?
You're never gonna live this down.
So having only two officers on, very unhealthy, very unsafe working environment. It's keeping the officers going. It doesn't give them time for that personal break. It keeps them on call, on the shift the entire time. Whereas if we do have immediate backup, we can have these officers have three on, knowing that an officer in OIC is going to the call. Takes also the liability and helps us out because now we have that officer in charge responding to almost every call with a patrolman. So it gives a little bit of supervision at the different calls.
Question for you, Chief. Is there a significant difference between weekdays versus weekend requirements?
It's funny because what we looked at was a lot of the traffic assignments. And obviously, in the morning, we have our busy traffic, and in the afternoon, we have our busy traffic. But the call volumes have just been constant all through the weekend.
Okay.
You know, everybody says, oh, let's
Different
take...
flavors of calls?
And that's exactly, you know, traffic enforcement's here because of the call volume for traffic. However, Friday, Saturday night, we're doing domestics at, 10, 11 o'clock at night, OUIs at 2, 3 in the morning, compared to, speeding and radar assignments. And of course, we have our detective unit doing constant follow-ups. The seizures that they've received this year, you can ask Cheryl. This is the first time that she's actually had to take some cash. I think we've turned over almost $10,000 in cash just this year since Cheryl's taken over. We didn't want to have the liability of it being in our safe here at the station, so all of our seizures now is all tracked. We put a whole new tracking system in where Detective Sergeant Fernandez signs off on it with me, heat sealed, passed off to the town treasurer, and then brought over to town hall. So, thank you, Cheryl, for that.
You're welcome.
Seizure for
Heroin seizures, cocaine seizures,
any cash.
cash that we take off of them, vehicles. I think we've seized, Deputy, 5 vehicles this year, calendar year.
Heat seal those and take them to town hall?
Yeah. And a lot of times, we'll seize them, we'll keep them until the case is adjudicated. Sometimes it'll be turned back into drug enforcement. Other times, we'll give it to the DA's office because we have to split it with them. They'll auction the vehicle off and we get a stipend out of it. I'm not sure exactly the percentage we get back. So I did a little comparison to the towns around us. Littleton, there's our population. We have 19 officers. Demographics, Route 495, Route 2, The Point, hotel, larger apartment complexes. We have 1 marijuana grow facility and 2 future marijuana rec licenses. Groton has 20 officers. They have no highways, no retail, plazas, and inn. Air, 20 officers. They're pitching for 2 more officers to bring it to 22. Again, there are no highways, a small downtown area, one rec marijuana, one medicinal marijuana, and a fine hotel. Motel, no-tel.
Several permanent residents.
Westford, I know that, everybody sees Westford as this thriving metropolis, but our call volume is very similar to theirs, and they have 48 officers. It's more than double what we have. What do they have? We all know exactly what they have. They have, 495. They have shopping plazas. They have hotels. I think 4 of them now. And we're looking at possibly putting in another hotel here in Littleton. It's just going to bring more traffic and more people to the point. I don't know if it's a proposed 80 room, 90 room. That's potentially another 190 people in town on a Friday, Saturday night. Right? Yeah. And then Acton within itself, drinking it down. And then Acton, major highway, regional school, retail plazas. Again, their population's almost double ours, and then 43 officers. And they have an electric motorcycle, which, sorry, I just can't wrap my brain around it. But,
I haven't seen the Segway up there for you guys.
yeah, you got a better chance to see him, Moses.
How about a scooter?
So dispatch center is not going up much. I believe the percentage rate is 15%. That's for salaries, contractual obligations. You guys were very generous last year and helped us out, put the second dispatcher in there at all times. There's a picture of Big Bill right there on the left. Reason I put Bill on there is we implemented a new program last year. I don't know if everybody remembers this. We put a treadmill in the top left corner over Bill's shoulder there. Bill's lost 75 pounds. A lot of the times they are sitting in that dispatch center for 16 hours at a time. Every hour they're getting up, they're doing 10 minutes walking on the treadmill, getting their steps in. It's not only provides for a healthy environment in there, but it also gets their mind off of staring at the computer screen or staring at the Netflix, or it gets them up and moving, gets the blood flow going. So they're extremely busy in there. They handle police, fire. They are the after-hours answering call station for the light department and for the water department, for the highway department. All alarms come through him, come through the dispatch center. Huh?
Animal control.
Animal control as well. So they're extremely busy. And again, I show this slide because there's not much I can do about their budget. Their budget is their budget. The one thing we did receive last year was $37,000 in 901 money. That's a reimbursement grant for salaries that was put towards salaries and training for the dispatchers last year. We applied for that grant, and we'll be receiving notification that we'll probably be receiving it again this year.
You have a slide that shows like call volume that's coming in here and where that's going? Sure, it's going up, but.
I showed that earlier. That was the 20.
I missed it.
Yeah, that was the
I
20,000.
was thinking calendar.
Sorry, Greg. That was the 20,000 per year. Last call was 20,000. So that's the calls per year that we're getting.
Betting 1,000, Greg.
So fire doesn't have their own?
We handle police and fire. Yeah, it's a dispatch communication center, public safety. You want to ask them?
Kind of simple.
Oh, I thought you did. Okay.
So I'm curious about the grant. So what is the purpose of that? It's not just for ongoing expenses probably, right?
So
what is the purpose?
The purpose of that grant is it's a training grant. It's a reimbursement training grant. Dispatchers have to go to training for 901 so much every year. Can I say that we get this grant every year? Yes.
Okay.
I can,
Okay.
but it's not guaranteed.
And it comes from the state or
State, from
federal?
901.
From the state.
901, state
Okay.
901 account.
Okay.
And that is actually being used properly and into our budget. Police department trainings. We've never had a true training budget. What we had was a number in a line item. We now are able to track this properly through an expense line. And I'm going to let Deputy Chief Patterson speak to this, as he's in charge of coordinating all of our training.
So the training for police officers is mandated 40 hours a year for in-service training, 32 of which we send them to in-service training at, right now we send them to Lowell, to the Lowell Police Department training facility. They put on the 32 hours, which handles any new topics or anything, legal updates, CPR, and first responder trainings. So they go there for 4 days and get that trainings. That last segment, that last 8 hours, is on the local departments to come up with something that, whether it's defensive tactics, any other type of topics that we want to handle locally for training. So then each officer has to go to that 8-hour training that we determine is important to our area. So that's mandatory.
Yeah, so I was saying.
Send 2 more. Yeah. We don't have it, there's only 2 working on it.
And that's mandatory, right?
Yep, that's mandatory, has to be done. Every officer, our reserve officers have to attend it, everything. So we schedule that. Then you're required by the state, again, to qualify with your firearms at least once a year. We think that's absolutely ridiculous that it's just once a year. We do a minimum of 3 qualifications a year with our firearms, as well as other trainings. And we put those on ourselves. So every officer has to go through that. And we rotate every other year. In addition to those 3, we bring in an active shooter training that we've done at the schools and stuff like that. And on the years we don't do an active shooter drill and training, we bring in the sheriff's shoot trailer, where they have scenario-based shoot, don't shoot trainings.
Simulator?
That's actually coming in next week.
I
So
think,
we'll
Joe,
have
you
that
actually
here.
sat in on that last year.
And it-
absolutely fascinating.
Again, if anybody wants to stop by, it'll be here all next week. Just let us know. We'll let you know when we're going to be in there using it, and can have you come in and check it out. So we do that every other year. So actually, we do 4 different trainings with our firearms. I think that's obviously one of the most important things we do is carry a firearm, and to be proficient in it is top of notch. So. We also have specialized trainings that we have to do for our detectives to keep them up and keep them going. Every year they have, new things that they have to do. All the internet fraud stuff and learning about how to investigate stuff with the computers, it's all technical and they have to keep up on that. Our supervisors are all sent to, we've made a commitment, the chief and I have made a commitment to all our supervisors to go to the FBI leader trainings. And so there's 3 different conferences, 3 different trainings that they can go to that get them their trilogy of all levels of supervisory training. And that's basically to develop, the future leaders of this department. If we don't make that commitment, we're not going to have people that we can move up. We do ALICE trainings. I think it was last month, we did a big ALICE training for the town hall employees. Our detectives and a couple of our officers are trained in, the active shooters training for the schools that we do. We brought that to town hall employees. We also do it for private businesses. We've been at Hanscom Credit Union, did one for them. We're in the process of Light Department, and I think we've actually had conversations with IBM and doing it. And IBM, that's going to be a big undertaking and stuff. But
So you call ALICE, you call that active shooter training? Is that one and the same?
it's
I know what ALICE
well,
is.
Active threat training.
It's,
Okay.
what it is the training we bring to the people so they can be alert and they
Okay.
know how to handle the active shooter.
Okay.
The active shooter we do is when we go in and we
Right.
take care of the threat.
I see.
The problem was, is for ages, for decades now, they've been saying, okay, lock your doors, hide in the corner. you know, if someone gets into that room, you know, they're gonna slaughter 15, 20 people at the one point in time. What we're doing is now showing, okay, you can either fight back, do something, whether it's throw a staple at them, or flight, which means get out of that building, get out of that window if you have to get out of the window, you know, save yourself and it's whoever's with you, rather than be a
I could just jump in here and just say how much the police department, in cooperation and conjunction with the fire department, but led by the police department, did a phenomenal job with the ALICE training for town hall employees a couple months ago at this point. The employees really appreciated the realistic training. There was a lot of information that was, I think, toolkits that were provided in terms of walkaways. You know, the chief mentioned, you know, throwing something. The point was that if you have someone there, by throwing something, their ability to be able to harm you is reduced significantly. And they actually demonstrated that with tennis balls, and it was a really good demonstration. And chief and deputy, if I'm not mistaken, it was Sergeant Pablo Fernandez, Detective Patrick O'Donohue, Detective John Janakos, and Officer Wodzinski, who joined you guys that day. If I'm not.
That's correct.
Excellent job.
Thanks.
So, as you can see, there's a considerable amount of training that we do for our officers, and I think training is one of the most important things we can do to keep them interested in their jobs and to keep them moving forward to provide better services and everything for the residents of this town. I do all the scheduling for the training, and in past years, I've never known exactly what I've had to spend and to be able to send the officers to these classes. Doing this type of budget, I will be able to follow it and be able to know exactly what I have and continue the excellent training that we've been providing for the officers.
The more training we have, the better we retain our employees. You know, I don't want to keep training officers to lose them to a different department. You know, we did interviews yesterday with for the next full-time hire, and one of the officers, one of the candidates that came in, brought a stack of certifications that he's had, and I was explaining to Gary that stack that he brought in is probably $20,000 just in classes. So, you know, we're trying to do the best we can to hire the best, and also to retain our officers and bring them up to speed to where they should be for the specialties. I know Deputy, you know, touched upon firearms. Firearms and cruisers, two of the biggest liabilities the police department has. So if we're not proficient with our firearms and we're not proficient in driving in safe vehicles, then the liability comes back on us. So we need to provide them with both. So, and we've made a commitment to do that.
Really quick, could you talk a little bit about, so you haven't talked much about the opioid crisis. I know, I'm just kind of chatting with Cindy on some of the selectmen,
Goals.
your goals, and I
Right.
know that was one. And I know last year we talked a little bit about that and the uptick,
Yeah.
you know, some of the Narcan.
So one of the things that we actually implemented this year was received a grant for $6,000. We thinned that grant out a little bit, and we hit the school year last year, the end of the year, and we're hitting it again right now. Officer Wodzinski and Officer Pinar are actually in the classroom with Littleton Coalition Against Addiction. Alexa, she's actually assisting in the teaching process of it now. We're getting into the schools a little more. We used to have DARE. DARE's kind of a thing in the past right now, but this is called Project Alert. And, you know, after this cycle's done, I would like to bring Officer Wodzinski in front of the board to have her, you know, give you an update as to what we did and how many people we touched upon. Cindy and I had already talked about that, and I think it would be very beneficial for the board to hear what's going on with that. We talked about it earlier in regards to the heroin and the cocaine. Fentanyl's a huge thing. I know everybody's seeing it on the news. Fentanyl's not just in the heroin right now. They're mixing it into everything. Cocaine, you know, there was a VFW in Arlington, I think 3 years ago, that had it. You know, about 10 guys that overdosed at the same time because there was a bad batch of cocaine. And it's real. It's real. And our detective unit is absolutely killing it right now. Very, very proactive. Again, I told you, you know, Cheryl's said she hasn't seen as much seizure as she has with cash as that coming forward. But we have that, and we have the cruises, the cars that were actually season 2, so.
Chief, while we're on this topic, I read yesterday, the day before, that as opioids get more attention, stimulants may be coming up. Is that a real thing? Is that something that we're thinking about, or is that just, a couple of newspaper articles?
I honestly can't answer that.
Okay.
It's not, I haven't heard anything in regards to that. We're still doing the best we can in regards to the opioid crisis. I mean, we had a few overdoses again, this year, so it's something we're staying on top of. And if you notice, we worked with Liz and Nicole. I was able to get them free Narcan kits. I think I got them 48 of them. They're going to be doing a Narcan training at Town Hall. I worked with the DA's office to get these Narcan kits supplied to us to be spread across the community. It's a crisis, and we're working on the best we can. I put this up there. That's Officer Jared Richard. Doesn't he look great in his uniform? So, in the past, in the budget, I worked with Cheryl in regards to this. Uniforms was, so there's a contractual piece of uniforms, and there's an expense piece of uniforms. Everything was being taken out of an expense line item and not into a salary line item. So we have taken the contractual portion out of the line item, put it into a salary portion, and we actually have a line item now for uniforms. The officers get $1,850 a year for cleaning and maintenance of the uniform that we provide them with. As you know, they wear a uniform every single day. They're in the cruiser, they're in and out. Sometimes not the greatest weather, and things happen to their uniform. So we maintain them and clean them so they look good. So we took that out of the expense, we split it up, and got a true budget every line item.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Talk about the cost.
Oh, yeah, sorry, thanks. The last paragraph is cost of outfitting a new officer. Just what you see there with Officer Jared Richard, $3,000. Unfortunately for us, nothing's cheap. The pants that we wear, they're $110. The shirts are $110. The taser that's on his side, you're looking at close to $2,000. The leather gear that's there, it's $500, $600 in certain things. The badges alone, $50 to $100. Everything keeps adding up for the uniform. I mean, if you guys want to see us in jeans and hoodies, I guess I can throw a belt on and all the whole department wear jeans and hoodies. But it's not professional. It's not a military appearance like we want. Police department expenses. These are some of our memberships and subscriptions that we belong to. NEMLEC. Does everybody know what NEMLEC is? Northeast Mass Law Enforcement Council. It's a collaboration between 52 towns that belong to this. They have special weapons and tactics. They have a SWAT team. They have a motor unit, which I'm the assistant control chief for. They have RRT, which is comprised of officers throughout those towns to help with any kind of search, seizure, lost child, Alzheimer's patient. The incident command vehicle is an assessment each year. They have a $1.2 million incident command vehicle. We have actually one of our dispatchers assigned to it, which is, I kind of did that for a reason. So when we want the command vehicle, we get it right away, and we take precedence over someone else that has requested the same day. C4RJ, I'm not sure. Some of you actually know what C4RJ is. It's Communities for Restorative Justice. Part of the transition for law enforcement and for police work is restorative justice. It's to go into the diversions program. It's to keep a youth whole from the youthful offenses they do. It was funny, and I know Chuck and Gary will talk to us. We interviewed 2 officers that are working in New Hampshire right now, and the reason they want to come to Mass is discretion and diversion is taken out of their hands, and it's mandated that they file for arrest or criminal charges. That is not our style here in Littleton. If we can help this youth see the clear path, then we're going to do that. Restorative Justice is just a grassroots organization that helps us organize this and do our circles of justice to mend the wrongs of the community. MPAC, Massachusetts Police Accreditation Commission. We are an accredited department. In a month and a half, we'll be getting reaccredited for our annual three-year accreditation. We did our walkthrough on Wednesday. Everything looks good for us to get reaccredited. PMAM, I actually do not know what this acronym means, and
We can't find it.
we can't find out exactly what PMAM means.
But we pay for it. No, it's actually very good.
PMAM's awesome. So what PMAM does is PMAM tracks electronically all of our policies, procedures, and to make sure every year we're sending them out to officers to review, electronically sign, that they've actually received the policy and procedure and come back with it. It also tracks every training that an officer goes through, and each officer has their own profile, and it's stored electronically. POS is one of the big pushes in our goals. The deputy and I have a goal to turn this department into paperless. And POS is a police officer scheduling system that is app-based off of your phone and the computer system. So every officer has access to the schedule, to time off, to overtime, to details, all on an app on their phone. And it's no more of requesting time off. They push the app, it goes to the deputy. If they have the time, we approve it. If not, we deny it. TransUnion is a TLO. It gives us access to not only public but private assets to do backgrounds and investigations. Social media and public relations, we go through John Guilfoyle. He's been amazing for us. Again, it helps us with getting the correct wording out as well as the legal wording out during a public press release. Firearms expense. Cheryl? Littleton Police Department has never had a line item for firearms. We have some creative financing, I guess you could say, in regards to firearms line item. There was different locations that this money was being allocated from, and it's not a true budget. So we went through and I had Sergeant Landry, who's pictured on the left there, go through and give me a budget for firearms and exactly what it's going to take for us to qualify, both for our officers, our reserve officers, our specialty units, and to have the proper stuff to clean our guns, as well as extra money over to replace guns as they get worn going forward.
Sergeant Landry is also our firearms instructor and does all the trainings for us and stuff. And he's a member of NEMLEC SWAT. So he knows what he's talking about with firearms.
Which is actually a win-win for us, because he was actually promoted in SWAT to a firearms instructor. So they're actually helping us send him to different classes as well. So we're reaping the benefits of those trainings that he's getting there.
Are you required to have a trainer on your department, or if you didn't, would you have to?
We'd have to farm it out to,
contract
yeah.
out? Okay.
Yeah. It's better to keep it in-house, because then you have an armor, he's not only a firearms instructor, he's also an armor of the Glock,
Yeah.
an armor of the AR-15, an armor of the less lethal weapons, and an instructor of less lethal weapons.
So this is ammunitions and supplies, is there a line, what about the actual firearms themselves?
So that's what, if you look, I've asked for 20,000, you'll see 17,647 is
I
what we're
see.
going to do.
Okay.
I'm hoping I don't have to replace all 37 guns at once. Maybe keep it going 2 a year going forward.
How much is a pistol?
Just a bare bones pistol with nothing to it is $600.
US?
We usually buy them in the calendar year.
That was good. I know it was.
Okay, so radio maintenance. As you're aware of our control center, reason I put this slide up here is this was a capital expense in past years. When it's an operational budget expense, we took that money out of the capital and put it into operational. Cybercon itself is the company that actually repairs and warranties our consoles as well as our antennas. Last year we had to come up with $5,000 to replace a switch. I don't know if you guys remember the muck switch that I talked about. We have 3 or 4 that are probably going to go, but now that we redid the contract, they should be covered when they do go. under this contract.
How do we change it from should to will?
What's that?
How do we change it from should be covered?
Oh, no, it is. Yeah,
Will be?
it will be covered.
Because you guys have all this firearms training, I would imagine you could make that happen.
We'll make it happen. From long distance, too. And then portables. So our portables are new. I believe you guys did a capital expense 3 years ago or 4 years ago now. However, it's getting to that point where they're getting beat up a little bit, and now it's, we have to repair them. Whether it's a broken antenna or a button that's broken, we get those repaired. Could cost us, anywhere from $200 to $500 or more. But if we're going to replace the portable, it's $2,000 a piece. So that's why again, you'll see I built a little extra into that, so if we have to. Capital expense, which no one likes to hear. I did have 5 or 6 items on capital. Cheryl said there was a tough squeeze on capital. I ripped everything off except for our bare bones essential capital. This program was started 10 years ago. They replace 2 cars per year, and this year, what we're trying to do is to purchase 2 vehicles. Our car number 7 will replace that vehicle with a new. We're going to add a car 8 to our fleet, which will give us a total of 8 line cars. And then the car 7 that we're taking out of service, it has, I believe, 75 or 80,000 miles on it. My thought is that we can actually strip that vehicle down. I talked to Neshoba Tech. As long as we purchase the paint, they will actually restore the inside back to a car. They'll paint the doors for us, and we can repurpose it to the town to let someone from either highway or water or inspectional services use if we have to. I think it'll be a good fit. Like I said, it's not a bad car. It's still a good car. But it's not a car that we want to take and respond to an emergency on.
So has this been something new, or have we ever done this in the past? I'm curious, because you bring up a good point. 80,000 miles, and I laughed at the truck when I was talking to Chris, but...
No, it's a great question, Gary. No, it's never been repurposed. I got this from other towns that were repurposing it to
great.
the highway department to use to go to different inspections. Water department uses it to go to car to car. Building inspectors use it to inspect houses.
We own it. We're buying it outright.
We own it. We own this car.
4 years. Car's used its life as far as police service goes.
Yes.
We have the tech who doesn't charge labor.
Doesn't charge labor.
As long
All
as
we
we're
do
a
is
town
charge
in
the
there.
paint. They'll strip it all down. Mr. DeRosa's in the auto body. He already gave us his commitment. They're going to actually start in next month, and they'll do 1 car a week where they actually rehab the whole car. They buff it, clean the inside.
Can we put a plow on it, is the question.
What's that?
Chief, can we tow a sander?
Yep.
If I may, also, before, when we had other cars, we had lower numbers of cars. We didn't have 7. So we were running the cars up, and the mileage was getting up to 110, 125,000. So we really weren't repurposing them. We were auctioning them, and that was going back to the general fund when we got rid of them. But now through the past couple of years, we actually had added a car to the fleet, and we were able to spread the officers out enough in the cars where we're getting rid of them at about 80,000 now. So they are worth more. Like even if we did auction them off, they're worth more back to the general fund. But they also now are good enough to repurpose. And that's why we weren't doing it before.
What's the need for 8 cars when you only have 3 officers on duty?
So it's not if something's going to happen, it's when something happens that we have these vehicles for our use. I just talked to, it was the Lunenburg chief I was talking to in regards to it, because him and I were talking about cruisers. He actually has 12 cars. He doesn't get rid of his cars. He only has 12 officers. But the reason he has that is the major ice storm that they had, they were blocking roads. They had reserve officers come in. We actually have 37 officers, or 37 employees that can drive these cars if we have that major incident. Or I should say, when we have that major incident. I'd rather have a car out back with 85,000 miles on it that I know that I can stick an officer in to go respond to something that's going to happen.
What was the old policy before you went with 2 cars a year? He did 2-1.
It was sometimes 3 cars, sometimes 1 car, sometimes Bob Moran bought us a cruiser, sometimes Donlands bought us a cruiser. We got away from that, and we have started this plan. I believe it's been 10 years now with the 2 cars per year. Keeps us in very safe, very reliable vehicles going call to call. And the biggest thing I want to show you is that top picture, that bottom right picture. This car is not just a cruiser. This cruiser is their office on wheels. They're in this car for 8, 16 hours a day. They're doing their reports inside this cruiser. They're responding to medical emergencies. For this, the bag and back is the medical emergencies. They're doing lockouts. They are responding to calls in these cars every single day, every single shift.
And to a perfect example to your question, Joe, the other day we had a major car crash coming off of, I think Betsy asked about the ramp, coming off of 495 southbound ramp. A car was struck by a truck, and it blocked that whole area. We had to shut down King Street. And this happened towards the end of the shift for the day shift. So we actually had 4 people out in cruisers that were working the day shift that had 4 cars out. Then my 3 to 11 shift came in, and they had cars to get into. They wouldn't have if we don't have the additional vehicles.
It makes sense. I just.
And they were able to go out and answer calls that were still pending while myself, the chief, the 4 officers, a guy working an officer working a detail came. We had probably 7 officers handling the road closures and the crash scene that day.
So have we been able to quantify at all what that might save to the town on the other side in terms of having those vehicles get repurposed and used and so on?
This is new.
This is probably the first they're
I
hearing
just
of
know
it.
if anybody looked at it to say, well, that, so if we have that, then we don't need to spend this money here, here, and here. We gotten to that point yet?
We can definitely take a look at that. I mean,
Okay.
I think this is not necessary, I mean, when I was an engineer, in towns that I worked in, we had old police cruisers. So that this is something that's well-defined in other communities.
Not unprecedented.
Right.
No, right.
So, and I talked to Neshoba Tech, and they're willing to do the work for us and help us out with that. So, again, it's a great vehicle to keep with our plan of replacing 2 cars per year and repurpose them back to the town if certain locations need them.
Isn't there a highway pickup truck that was repurposed to your department?
It was.
Several years ago?
Yeah,
Several years back.
we just replaced it 3 years ago.
So it's been done.
It's been done.
Reversed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Redeemed yourself.
Thank you. Here to help, John.
The last slide in our closure is our Student Police Academy. Reason I put this slide up is this is our 9th year going forward. Last year, there was kind of a snag as to a funding source for this. I've petitioned a community grant, so last year we were given a large amount of money for a community grant to fund this program. I just received notification on Tuesday that we are funded for the grant going forward for this year as well. I don't know if anybody's ever seen the Student Academy. Some kids have attended it. This is probably our biggest community policing tool for the youth in town. It is absolutely amazing. And Detective Sergeant Fernandez and myself were the ones that started it. So it's kind of has a little special feeling to me to make sure we keep it going now that I'm chief.
Are these all Littleton kids?
Yes.
And how many? It's a big crowd there.
Yeah, last year I think we had 26. We're going to limit it to 20 this year. It was kind
And the age range?
too
is what?
much. 6th, 7th grade.
A lot of kids out of 2 grades, yeah.
Yep.
Great.
So I think we're going to limit it to 20 this year. Having 26 was just a little bit too much. And you can, yeah, LCTV is here with us all week.
I just want to speak to the merits of this program. There was actually of the interviews, Gary and I were on the interviews yesterday with Chief for the next patrolman, and a couple of guys that came in have been through Explorer programs, and one of their communities has eliminated the Explorer program, so he was excited to see that Littleton still has the Explorer program. Personally, my son Joey, who's a senior at Western New England Criminal Justice, went through this when he was in the first class.
First class.
That Chief and Detective Sergeant Mendes put together. And that's what put him on the path. He's always looked up to the police and said he was going to be a police officer, but he's graduating with a criminal justice degree, and his goal is to be a police officer. So in this program gave him a great glimpse into what the life of a cop is, and it really secured his life goal.
It's done it for quite a few students in town.
Yeah.
My daughter went through the
Just
Explorers.
as well.
She didn't do the Student Academy because she was older when it had first started, but she did our Explorers and everything else, and now she's a full-time officer in town of Sturbridge. So it's worked very well for a lot of kids in town.
When do you do it?
Usually last week of June, or sometimes in mid-July.
July.
Yeah, it depends. This year we're doing July.
Yeah, July.
Yeah. So, depends on the school schedule.
Many cadets actually want to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the fun part about it, is we actually have a lot of the cadets that come back to actually help run the class for the following year going forward. Taking pictures, filming, helping out with LCTV,
Parking.
helping set the, what's that?
Parking, directing parking.
Directing parking, helping set up with the obstacle course on Friday. I mean, again, NEMLEC, I speak to that. Our motor unit came down, does a thing for them. The air wing comes down, drops in, and then the SWAT team is the big day because everybody loves the SWAT team, especially when they're tennis.
They put on drunk driver goggles and they drive a golf cart, and they get a really good.
Basically, it's a snapshot of the actual police academy, for these 6th and 7th graders.
And LCTV has a really good production on it. It was actually quite amazing. I had the opportunity to attend the graduation ceremony, and LCTV hit it out of the park in terms of the video, so I'm sure you can find that on there.
All on YouTube.
We appreciate it very much. The
Very
first couple of years I did this video.
We appreciate it very much.
Very much.
Steady hand, Jeff.
That's the police department in a snapshot. That's our budget. Like I said, I hope I've given you enough information in regards to our call volume, our needs. This is definitely not wants. Everything I've given to you is a true budget and a true need for our department and for the community that we serve.
Any other questions on operation or capital for 2021?
I just wanted to, you had asked with the DPW presentation, how those requests align with the Board of Selectmen goals. So I was just going through this as the chief was speaking, and a lot of things that he presented today do directly reflect on goals of the Board of Selectmen, and I just wanted to identify those for the group. Improve transportation and traffic throughout the community, combat the opioid crisis, which is something that's been ongoing, a major goal of the Board of Selectmen now for a few years. Identify and support more training and educational opportunities for staff and volunteers. Improve communication and technology between the town departments and the community. And also with regard to the master plan, I just wanted to reference technology upgrades that will help.
Spinning the truth and pushing false narratives?
Master plan goal recommendation number 9, invest in technology upgrades that will help the town accommodate the growing demand for information and transparency, secure lines of communication and redundancy across systems, as well as, that's the same one. Actually, no, wait a minute, I read the wrong one. Ensure public safety departments have enough staff and equipment to handle needs as well as the needs of the growing and changing population. And I think in a nutshell, that's what your department's facing.
Yeah. I'd go one step further even than that. Thank you for doing that, Cynthia.
Sure.
Thank you. Overachiever. But when it comes to public safety, talking about the officers, and you mentioned the chip shot scenario, you get 2 guys on two patrol on one side of town. Don't mean to use the term guys, it's gender specific. 2 officers at chip shots and something comes in at 15 Great Road. If that's a violent domestic, for instance, not only is it a public safety issue because they could be speeding through town and who knows what else is going on, but it's the safety of your officers as well. Because if they're responding, they don't have backup.
Right.
I think we need to make sure that we're doing as much as we can. I mean, we have limited resources, but we have to make sure that we're prioritizing and doing as much as we can to put not just the public in the best situation, and also your department and your officers.
Thanks.
Now, the alarming thing to me was that Westford has the same number of calls as we do. And they're more than twice the size of it.
Yeah. One of the things I can talk to, and you know Dr. Gistelaris, he does analysis for different departments. He did a staffing analysis for us. And if I put a staffing analysis report up to show you people, I think you all would choke because it says that we need 7 officers. And,
Oh, yeah. Yep.
you know,
7 additional officers.
7 additional officers to what we have.
So what are we doing hiring more?
How many hotels can we put up here?
Yeah. And, you know, there's this, I just caught that. It's a progression, and then this town is a small town
Yeah,
that is bursting at the seams.
right.
Yeah, I think you hit it right on the head. There's a word you used, limited resources, right? It comes with a smaller town and not a large population, some of those. So, I'll kind of go back to the last town meeting. We talked about the library and, with overwhelming support for the library. But what happens when we put this inside the levy? Now all of those resources are now up against full-time employees that we need in all the other departments. It's things that I think the average taxpayer might not be thinking about. Yes, I want the library, but there's a consequence to not saying, okay, I'm willing to have my taxes go up for that project. So we really, I think we owe it to the town going forward to really try to identify a policy or create a policy that really shows these large expenses that come in. If you really want it, we're going to have to pay for it. And we can justify why it needs to, something like that perhaps need to go outside the levy. And I think we kind of warned against that. We're seeing it with a lot of the capital requests. We have about double the requests than we have resources to pay for. More. So these are really some really tough decisions, and I hate to sit here, and you're just happen to be sitting up front.
Yeah.
Could be any of the 4 departments today or any of the 18 that we saw this month of some real needs that are competing against these projects because there's only so much room in the levy. So we'll just continue, to try to educate the public and be good stewards of that. But I appreciate the presentation. There's obviously some strong numbers there supporting your requests. So, and thank you for letting us use the facility. For this.
Cheryl didn't know the rule.
Send Cheryl the bill.
Thanks.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome back. We have Mike Fontanella, School Committee Chair, to discuss the school's operational and capital budget. He has a couple slides that will be up on the screen, and as well as discussion. So thank you, Mike, for taking the Saturday.
You're welcome. These slides are the same slides that I sent via email to the Board of Selectmen and the Fincom and the Town Administrator back when we submitted the original budget request back in November, I guess it was. Nothing's changed since then. The total requested increase for the FY 2021 school department budget is $803,410. The biggest driver of this increase is, as usual, our contractually obligated increase in salary for current staff, which is $477,853. What is unusual with the budget this year is that we are projecting no increases in our out-of-district tuition for special education. Our analysis shows that while there are projected increases in the tuition rates charged by our out-of-district vendors, those increases are offset by fewer students requiring out-of-district services. We have some students aging out. As always, we all need to acknowledge that this can change at any point based on changing requirements for existing students or the enrollment of new students who move to Littleton and require OOD services, or conversely, even more kids moving out of town that were receiving services and no longer are going to be on our dole to do that if that's what transpires.
Mike, I'm sorry to ask you a question from behind you on that line. Is that partly a reflection of our efforts to keep kids in district as much as possible too, or is that really just a demographic?
Yes, I mean, I wouldn't say that we can point to 1 or 2 kids this specific year that were out and are coming in because we've changed our programming. But over the years, as we've changed our programming, we've definitely avoided having to send students out.
Okay.
So
It's more a long-term system.
Exactly, correct, correct. Really, it's, our analysis is showing, it's just we have a significant number of kids relative to the budget that are aging out that we don't have to provide services for. That's why this is level funded this year versus not increasing. If we had the same number of students, we would expect it to go up because our rates are going up. Most of the vendors are raising their rates. But again, we have a confluence of circumstance that allows us to be level funded for this year.
Mike?
Yep.
What's the future look of that? Do we have more kids aging out next year, do you know?
I don't know the answer to that question. I can find out, but I would, if I could say yes, I would put a huge caveat on that because kids come in, right? We have kids that, become part of our district who do require out-of-district services. So whether they move in or they're in the community already and just are old enough to get into our system and become, part of our budget, and we're the service provider, that kind of thing. So I don't know, we don't know, right? So I can't really answer that in a definitive way. Beyond our salaries and out-of-district tuition, the level service, level staffing budget will require an increase in CASE transportation, CASE being the collaborative that we are in with some other districts to provide special education services. So the transportation budget will go up $36,428. In addition, we're budgeting increases to our operation utilities, school supplies and materials, and cafeteria expenses. We just tend to have under-budgeted increases for those line items over the past several years because of other pressures. So we're looking at this as an opportunity to get those caught up. So that's about another $35,000. So the total increases for level services and staffing is $549,281. If we were going to be able to do some additional services and staffing, the things we would like to do is continue our phase-in towards tuition-free full-day kindergarten. We're 3 years into a 5-year phase-in. FY21 would be the 4th year. It's about $75,000 a year as we drive towards supporting that budget in the appropriation so that we don't have to charge tuition. For FY 2020, we funded that through our school choice funds. We'd like to move that into the appropriated budget and then continue our phase-in with the next year's budgeting, which would be another $75,000. We would like to increase 3 existing teachers who are currently 0.8 to 1.0. One of them is at the high school. 2 of them are in our pre-K program. We just had a presentation at our last school committee meeting. The pre-K program at Shaker Lane is revamping how they offer classes. They have some kids that go half a day, a couple of days a week, some kids that go full day, some days a week, some of the kids go full day, more days a week. So they're revamping the sort of the menu of how they want to do that in order to make it work. They want to increase 2 of their teachers from 0.8 to 1.0.
So just tell me the effect of that on benefits. This is because I don't know these positions particularly. So are they currently benefit eligible?
Yes, because
so they would continue.
0.8. Yeah, they're basically full-time, right?
Just,
I
yeah.
understand it.
So they basically 36 hours a week or something. They're not quite 40.
Right.
Is that, Mike, is that offset by tuition?
No, because the pre-K program, we do charge tuition, but it's not enough, it's not a self-sustaining program, and it was never meant or designed to be. We have to offer pre-K for children with disabilities, and then what we do is we want other kids in the program, because we want to, to simulate what the classroom is going to look like when these kids, get to kindergarten and first grade and so on. So the children with disabilities do not pay tuition. The children who don't have disabilities do pay tuition, but it's not designed for the tuition-paying families to subsidize the non-tuition-paying families. So it's not a self-sustaining cost center. So
And the jump from 0.8 to 1 doesn't change. You're not expecting that to change your enrollment in pre-K.
No. Because we have, it's really, we need the staffing in order to do the new schedule. Not because we're going to have more kids in the room, but we're just going to have the same number of kids in the room more often, more hours of the week, based on the changes that we're making.
All right. So that's the pre-K one. Let's talk the high school.
Yeah, I think it's a history teacher, and just based on the course offerings, in order to offer the breadth of curriculum that we want to, we just want to take that teacher who's currently a .8 and push it up to a 1.0.
So no change in benefits.
Yeah, none of these are gonna change. And the third one was, which one was the third? We said, oh, you haven't got to it yet.
Well, no, one at the high school and two.
Two of the pre-K for the
two of
program
pre-K.
change. Got it.
Right,
Thank you.
three teachers.
And these aren't new hires, these are taking
Right.
existing people
Right.
and increasing their
Exactly.
salaries.
Right, we assume they're going to stay, wouldn't be a phase change,
Right.
but you never know.
Right. And in other words, they've probably been talked to, that
Right.
they're cooperating, saying,
Right.
yes, I'm
We-
willing
right,
to work an
We have the
extra.
current number of faces in the pre-K classroom, that we're not adding a head count, we're just increasing the existing
Okay.
staff that we have, just their hours. And same thing at the high school.
Thank you.
Okay. And then additionally, if given the opportunity, the central office staff, we would like to add some part-time staff for HR and accounts payable. So the total increases for additional staffing and services would be $254,129, for a total proposed increase in FY 2021 of $803,410. And then this is just an analysis that we alluded to in the out-of-district tuition costs. Our current student population at the start of FY '20, we had budgeted about 3.35 million. We've incurred some increases during the year, which is not uncommon, of about $105,000, but we've covered that through school choice funds. Our projected decreases for FY '21 with the students aging out is $146,651. So our total projected sped out-of-district expenses for FY '21 would be about 3.3 million, about 50,000 less than we had this year. The current appropriated budget for sped is right now is 2.5 million. We've looked at our projected circuit breaker reimbursement, which is just under $800,000, and those two numbers combined should meet our projected sped out-of-district expenses for FY '21.
So this is fairly consistent, typical, or?
That it's level funded?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No. I was saying, this is
I want to make sure that goes on camera.
Yeah,
because-
it's atypical. I've never seen it
That was a
before.
softball.
Yeah. Know your audience, right? You weren't asking me. Yeah, no, very atypical. Good news for us in terms of budget pressures,
Yeah.
but not something we should certainly be seeing as any kind of trend. Just because it's the first time it's happened. I'm not saying it can't happen again or it wouldn't happen 2 years in a row, but we just don't know. We couldn't project. Our analysis wouldn't be meaningful
Yeah.
to be able to count on that. This is just a look at how the tuition-free full-day kindergarten phase-in is working. We started in 2017 where we were charging a little over $4,000 a year for tuition for full-day kindergarten. As we phase it in, we're driving down in FY 2021. We're projecting about $875 per family to participate in full-day kindergarten, and then with the goal of having it tuition-free in FY 2022. And as I said, the FY '20 funding is currently funded through school choice, and we're trying to get that into the appropriated budget along with the next phase-in for 2021. And then our school choice account is usually the biggest one we have a discussion about in terms of our revolving accounts. Right now, what we're looking at is we started the fiscal 2020 with about 1.5 million in that account. We always offset some of our staffing expenses with it for 250,000. We talked about the 105,000 for unanticipated out-of-district tuition in FY '20. Our anticipated receipts are about $450,000, so we would go up about $100,000 to about 1.64 million in that account to start FY 2021.
And that presumes full day is funded, is
Right.
not funded at all out of the
The
school
only
choice fund?
thing that we know, that we would typically know at this point, that we would fund out of that 1.6 million would be that annual staffing offset of $250,000. Right now, we're not earmarking anything else for spending out of school choice except unanticipated expenses, if it happens. That's not to say that as we all work through the budget process, that won't change. Just depends on, what happens on the ground, and we would keep you guys abreast of that as we made determinations about that.
Mike, going back to the full-day kindergarten, are you seeing more students, because the price is coming down, that that they're enrolling in full-day kindergarten, or is that number just staying the same?
It's staying about the same. And I think a lot of that is just a reflection of people that have historically wanted to put their children in full-day kindergarten have always found a way to do it. And they're happier now that it's easier financially to do it, but we had a pretty significant percentage of our kindergarten students that were participating. There wasn't a lot of room to get more. Some people don't do it because it's not that it's a cost factor, they just don't want their kids in full-day kindergarten. They don't think it's necessary or meaningful. It could even be, some people feel it's harmful, that the kids are better off only having a half a day and then going home and just being kids at home. I mean, it's just a philosophy distinction. So no, we haven't seen, by lowering the cost, we haven't seen but again, we wouldn't have thought we would anyway, because such a high percentage of them, we're at 75-80% anyway. We've always been that high. And most of the other ones are it's just a choice that they don't want to do it for any number of reasons.
Thank you.
That wasn't be my question, but there's still 20% of the people, 20% of the kids that don't do it.
Right. And we can't make them do it. We have to offer half-day kindergarten
And run the buses and everything else too, right?
accordingly. Yeah, I mean, if there are less kids, we would run less buses than we would otherwise have to, but yeah, correct.
Is that true until it's fully funded? In which case?
No, the state, doesn't matter if you're tuition free or not, you have to offer half-day. You can't make full-day kindergarten mandatory. The state won't let you yet, anyway. I haven't seen anything that indicates that there's a groundswell to make it required.
I don't know if you're going to get into school population, but I know you've got, so if we went back 3 years, we're flat.
Yep.
About 1650, or roughly 1650
Yep.
kids. So I don't know this year. Are we still running that?
Yep. We did not see an increase. We're still right where we typically have been over the last, say, 4 to 5 years.
Bizarre to me.
Yeah.
It'll
I mean,
continue to be strange.
I'm sorry, I didn't bring it. I don't think I can pull it up here at a moment's notice. But what we're seeing is we have pockets, particular graduating classes that are pushing it up to 130 plus kids. But we also have graduating classes that are still right at 105 and 106. So it's not like with the residential housing growth that every grade has gotten 15 more kids.
Yeah.
And it's
right, I know Greg's
Right.
always talked about that.
Yeah, it just doesn't happen like that. Some classes are big because that particular group of parents had their kids and they all came to school together.
The current senior class.
Right, exactly. That was 140 and now it's down to I think under 120, I think it's 115. Yeah, so what we haven't finished it yet, but what we're looking at is trying to see, you would think that there would be, because we always have attrition, no matter how many kids show up in kindergarten, fewer kids in that class actually end up graduating, because there's
options.
There's options, right? And some of the options happen when they move from elementary school to middle school. A lot happens when they go from middle school to high school. And we're trying to look at an analysis and say, can we predict what the percentage drop-off is in those pockets? And then we can plan accordingly. So if we see a kindergarten class come in that's 140, and when that happened with this current senior class, we had to add a kindergarten teacher, and that teacher followed those, well, not the person themselves, but that position followed those kids through elementary school. Then when we got to the middle school, we just made it work, but we had already seen some attrition. And then by the time they got to high school, they had normalized into what we always handle, 110, 15, 20 kids, no problem.
With just fewer kids able to choice into that particular grade?
Yeah, correct. Right, exactly, right. Wouldn't be that much opportunity. So what we want to do is see if we can predict that, then we would know, well, if kids show up in kindergarten and it's 150, it might still not be something that we need to totally worry about in terms of it's time to fix the middle school and add 2 6th grade English teachers. Maybe not. Maybe we see the trend and we know that, 164 would be where, based on the attrition, now we're tipped over when they get to 6th grade or when they get to 9th grade. So we're still working on that. But right now, everything that we've seen here anecdotally and the analysis we've done, and we did that, I showed you guys that a couple of years ago that Keith had suggested, there was a study out there that showed that student population growth is going to be flat, even in communities with housing growth, because there's just fewer kids available to go to school in the Commonwealth. And that's not going to change. It's actually going to keep going down.
Right,
The question is, where do they land?
right.
Some of us are going to stay level, even though there's fewer kids, because we're an attractive communities to live in, and some are just going to go down a lot faster because people are fleeing, you know.
I think that's in large part true, but I do think we haven't realized, like, the development in McIntosh, for instance, or Balsams and all that. There are a lot of young families.
Right.
We haven't realized that influx yet, so, but I don't think it's going to be, when we did the first studies, we were talking about the 40B going
Right.
behind Gristmill, we were looking at worst-case scenario being about 84 students, based upon what Avalon did to Acton school system.
Right.
So we didn't see that happen.
Right.
But I think we do need to anticipate there is going to be some increase as those children become of school age, which this year, next year, it's probably going to play that out. But I don't think it's going to be, based on the stuff that Keith shared and you've shared over the past, I don't think it's going to be
You see, for the school,
It's not in parallel.
For the inbound, people wanting to choice in, are there years that happens, tends to happen more? Is that similar to people going out?
Yeah, definitely. So if you offer school choice seats in the early elementary grades, kindergarten and first grade, you'll get a lot of people that want to come in. Then it starts to flatten out, second, third, fourth, fifth, not as much. But, you know, if you offer 5 seats, they'll get taken. But if you offer 15, which we don't, but if you conceivably if you did, you probably wouldn't get as much. Then middle school again, you'll get a decent amount, especially in 6th grade, because they can start sort of their career and go 6 through 12. A little bit less than 7th and 8th. Again, 9th and 10th, good. 11th and 12th. We don't even really like to offer them in 11th and 12th, because sometimes what you see are kids that are fleeing a situation that they created themselves that maybe aren't the type of kids that are really going to help our district out.
There's no statutory requirement to ever have out of district. So it's, what's the determining factor from school committees?
So for us is the money that we get, so anticipated, $450,000, that helps us a lot year by year. But we also don't want to negatively impact the quality of experience in terms of curriculum and extracurriculars for the kids and the taxpayers and the families that live in Littleton.
Yeah.
So it's a balance. We feel at times that, one of the things that districts that are seeing a big decrease in student population that they can't control, they can't fix, is it gets very difficult to continue to offer the breadth of curriculum because you just don't have enough. Are you going to offer Spanish and French, but French has 4 kids in it? At what point do you say that's not sustainable? We can't do it. We can't offer chemistry because we only have 4 kids in it. So by bringing in out-of-district students, school choice students, it allows us to continue to program the curriculum across the board, knowing that we have the critical mass necessary to build a classroom and get our bang for our buck on staffing it and developing the curriculum and things like that. On the other hand, we don't want to be seeing a situation where our, teacher-student ratio in the classroom creeps up.
That's the big one, sure.
Right. At the elementary level, and that's what we keep an eye on. Our goal is to be in the low to mid-20s. Ideally, we'd be in the high teens, but that's not really achievable because of budget constraints. And even if we decrease the number of out-of-district or school choice kids, we still would be in the 20s, typically.
Yeah, I guess that was my next question. In a situation where we had to do something for budgetary reasons, what's the first shut-off? Is it program or is it out-of-district? Where's the what's the deciding?
We would anticipate, and that's why we've been keeping a close eye on enrollment, in-town enrollment, is that, if we know if the trend is to get 140 kids into kindergarten every year, which it's not, but it has happened a few times, but if that trended, we know, hey, the minimum is 130 and it goes up from there, then we would say, well, we're not going to be able to offer that many school choice seats, so instead of having 450,000 come in, we might only have $250,000 come in, because we just have to reduce the number of seats, because now we're in a situation where it is negatively impacting the delivery of curriculum and the experience for our, in-town residents, and those students. It hasn't happened yet, but we keep looking at it, making sure that we're making the right decision about class-by-class basis, if they can or can't support, 0 to X number of school choice students.
I had a question on, contractual type stuff. So busing contract with, I think it was last year? I mean, how far is?
I believe we're in the second of a 5-year.
Okay, so that's
nothing,
far enough out, we don't have to worry.
Right.
In our CBA current, that,
We just started negotiating. We're in the last year of a 3-year, and we're actively negotiating, having just started a new contract for FY 2021.
okay, so that's, I'm just trying to get ahead of any big changes that we're looking at. I mean, this so far, with population, student population, this is really coming down to, I guess, some of the aging schools would be your next, just give me what you're looking forward.
Right, so in terms of like long-term capital, right, we don't, new build, we don't see on the horizon at all. We think our current square footage is perfectly fine. We weren't as confident about that maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
Right, yeah.
But as we've seen the trends emerging, I think we're okay, and if I had to put a probability on it, I'd say, maybe we were 50-50 3 years ago, and now I'm thinking it's 20-80 that we'd have to build a new building.
Yeah.
20 likelihood that we would, 80 against. So that's fine. Shaker Lane is next on our list for like a rehab, not a rebuild, but a rehab. We are in the midst of submitting a statement of interest to the MSBA. Our goal is to submit it in April.
That was like a footprint change as well to that project?
Well, so what would happen is we would submit a statement of interest with the MSBA, and the Board of Selectmen will be getting a document, and there's a specific motion that they have to endorse for us to submit the statement of interest to the MSBA. School committee has to vote it as well. It just says that we're interested in doing a project at Shaker Lane. It doesn't say, would we change the footprint, would we do a new build?
Yeah.
If we get approval for potential reimbursement from them, that would then trigger a feasibility study.
Okay.
And then the feasibility study is where we, as a community, would say, do we leave the building as it is because the square footage is sufficient, and then we just have to upgrade the systems and, put new flooring in and, lighting, whatever, all those types of things, which is still a big ticket and would require, significant funding. Or do we raise it and build another one more or less in the same spot, the way we did with the middle school?
Yeah.
That's conceivable. Or do we change the footprint a little bit, leave the existing footprint but add on to it somehow? That all would come out in the feasibility study. There's no guarantee that by submitting the statement of interest in April, you're going to get approval in the current funding, the next funding cycle for MSBA. They'll get 100+ statements of interest, and they're only going to fund a certain number of them. So we have to wait to see. If we don't get funded in this cycle, we would go for the next cycle or the cycle after, and eventually we anticipate we would get approval. And then, again, that would trigger that feasibility study, and then we'd have a lot more information about what's the right idea and what's the cost associated with it, and how does that fit in with all the other capital priorities for the town.
It's another question on, when we built the high school, was it the high school? One of the schools, there was a timeline, there was a grant available to us, correct, from the state? The state was running something where X million dollars if you can start the construction of a new school.
It must be
Russell
Street.
That was that project?
Yeah, in Russell Street.
Now, since we did that project, has the state come out with anything else like that?
Well, that same program's still in place.
So that exact program still runs,
That's the one that we're filing a statement of interest
for that.
with.
Okay,
Right.
thank
A
you.
little
That's what.
different. Cahill had a little more aggressive program than
That's what I.
Boulevard does.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same program.
Thank you. That's just for.
Yep.
Right.
Jerry, quick question, since we've got a crystal ball out right now. Can you help us understand what the state funding might look like going forward, what the general idea you guys have is right now for what to expect over the next few years?
In terms of like Chapter 70?
In terms of, yeah, I mean.
Like the operational.
Circuit breaker,
Yeah,
Chapter
yeah.
70, in its totality.
So that's a good question, because there was a lot of debate and media coverage of a change to the funding formula in Chapter 70, and it was debated and voted on and ultimately signed into law by the governor, which on the face of it is good news. Oh, they're increasing Chapter 70. The issue is that the analysis that I've looked at, the different ones that I've looked at, I don't know what analysis is. I can't figure it out.
Analyses.
Has indicated that the increase in Chapter 70 is not an across-the-board increase. They're increasing funding for certain populations of students that we don't necessarily have a lot of. So there are many communities, Littleton being one of them, that is probably not going to see significant increase in their Chapter 70 funding based on the change in the formula.
Okay.
The only way we're going to see more is if they put more in the pot, the general pot.
One of the big indicators.
Which they haven't been doing.
Is reduced in free lunch program.
Right.
They use that as a
Right.
big indicator for where the
Right.
funds go.
Right.
Gateway cities is the
Correct.
real
Right.
push.
Right. The New Bedfords and Lawrence's, Holyoke's, right, are gonna see a significant benefit, and the more suburban are not. Unless they just put more funding into local aid, Chapter 70, things like that.
In the big bucket, yeah.
Do you see a decrease?
Did we see an increase?
No,
No, we do not see a decrease, no, based on the funding formula, no,
Yeah.
no.
The other thing, I don't know if we talked about this in the past, was special education population. I know there was discussion out there somewhere that the state was going to take a little bit more control of that and actually start to fund the towns where these programs are taking place, as opposed to just kind of putting the whole burden on the town. And
Right.
it's not an equal system right now as far as how the money is dispersed. It puts a lot of burden on the town. Has there been any?
I haven't seen anything recently about it. Nothing that had the momentum that the Chapter 70 funding mechanism, that had a lot of momentum, which took years to build and get to the point where it actually happened.
Yeah.
Okay. So, no.
Do you see any unfunded mandates coming down that are significant dollar values?
No, not, since I've been involved, anti-bullying programming was mandated, educator evaluation, which was a big one and was very impactful on districts in terms of the amount of effort required, and no funding came along with it. We feel it's been beneficial to do it, and we're happy that we're doing it, but, it was a lot for our administration to absorb. But since those two big things have come down, no, I don't really see anything coming at the moment. As I've said every year for probably the last 10 years, the level funding of local aid in Chapter 70 by the state is going to crush us at some point. The only question is when. Now, we, as a community, I feel like we're going to do better for longer than many other communities, but the state's fooling themselves if they think they can level fund that year after year and not have significantly negative impacts on the ability of communities to continue to provide the services at the level that we've become accustomed to.
Yeah, it's diminishing percentages.
Yep.
Our needs grow and our
Yep.
expenses grow.
Yep.
Mike, did you, let me just go to this, but, so the choice in is about 450K. We send kids out to Westford Academy and Acton Roxborough and that kind of, what do we spend on that, you know?
I don't know. It's significantly less. Like, we're a net, significantly
Way ahead,
net.
but
Yeah,
just
way
look at
ahead.
the delta, because
Yeah,
that's-
I'd have to look again. It's a lot less in head count, a lot less than it used to be. A lot less. Now, some of it is because fewer districts, like Acton Boxborough had choice open for quite a while, and then they had their explosion in student population growth, so they had to close it out. They don't do any school choice and haven't for 5, 6, 7 years at least. So there's just not as many opportunities in proximity to us as there were. But I don't know the exact how many we sent out. Really, to be honest, kids leave much more for charter and private school than they do for school choice to another public school district in the area. Way more. That's what we see.
We see the tech. Obviously,
Yeah, the tech, correct.
$25,000,
The tech, Parker,
$600,000.
Innovation gets a few kids, AMSA gets a few kids, and then, of course, the private schools, which, there are several that you can easily be a day student at. You don't have to be a boarder, so a lot of families take advantage of that.
Last
Relatively speaking.
One more crystal ball question, if you'll indulge me. Community expectation and demand for services, particularly at the high school level, APs, sort of as the post-secondary education environment changes, do you see that cascading onto us in a way that impacts budget based on services or expectations that the community has for what we can?
Yeah, so I don't necessarily see it impacting on budget. We've already started to migrate the way we offer programming for ambitious students. So we have and we haven't cut back at all on our offerings of AP, traditional AP in the classroom type classes. And we do have some kids that take AP classes online because we just can't offer, you know, AP music history, and there's an AP class for everything. But we've also started a dual enrollment program with, are we with Wachusett? No, what? Middlesex, right. So the emphasis in AP is starting to lose its cachet. Not in Littleton necessarily, but in, like, if you read the, you know, different articles and things like that, colleges are much less likely to grant credit and reduce the tuition load for students that are coming in with AP credits. Yeah, because it became so popular and so prevalent that they saw it affecting their bottom line. So in that regard, some of the cachet is wearing off. The other problem is that what we hear from our staff is that it can be difficult because the AP curriculum is prescribed. You have to teach the AP curriculum. So if you want to offer AP biology, you get the curriculum handed to you, and part of it is that it's prescribed in what you're going to deliver in terms of material, but it's also prescribed in you got to be ready for the test on this date.
Right, it's a shorter school year.
It's a shorter school year, and if you have snow days, that's a problem. If you have a lot of snow days in your district, you've put your AP biology students behind the curve compared to a district that has had less, because they don't let you take the test a week later because you had more snow days. You all take the AP biology test the same day across the nation. So the teachers are saying, we'd like to offer the same rigor without the same constraints. So, and I'm not saying specifically in Littleton, but I'm saying, like, this is what you're seeing in a lot of places. So in terms of, would we change how we deliver the programming? Yes. Would it change the budget? I don't think so, because our teachers are teaching the AP. We don't bring in special teachers to teach the AP. We don't bring in special teachers to do the dual enrollment. We just make it work with the staffing that we have. And our eye is towards how do we offer the most robust delivery of curriculum for our students, because there's so many more options than there used to be, because you have online opportunities. You can, we're much more comfortable with our students leaving the building, so you're not necessarily teaching in the four walls anymore. There's ways to offer curriculum outside of having the teacher in the classroom do it. Now, our staff, no matter what we teach, our staff is involved with every student, even if it's a dual enrollment type thing. So they're not out of the loop when we do these types of things. That's why I don't think it'll change the budget, because we're only going to have as many teachers as we need to support our student body. And if we were thinking, oh, here's a great program, but it's going to take 5 more teachers, we would probably say, we can't really do that. Like, we just don't have the resources to do it. And we're never trying to do something that we can't fit into the budget.
Is that equally true on the other end, where we're looking at students who recognize that college may not be a good choice for them, but maybe aren't ready to go to tech? Same general story there?
I mean, that's a good question, and it's something that's starting to emerge across the country and in the Commonwealth. If you look at the articles and stuff, we haven't changed. We are a college prep curriculum. That's what we are, and that's what most public high schools that are non-tech schools in the Commonwealth do. We don't see like when I was in high school, we had a tech school down the road, a couple towns over, but we had shop and automotive tech in our high school. Mm-hmm. And we had
That was a long time ago.
It wasn't that long ago. I remember it. I remember where that wing of the school was. And we had a business prep curriculum. We had a curriculum designed for students that were going to go work at banks and insurance companies and things like that. They knew they weren't going to go a 4-year degree program. Maybe they would go to a local community college and then get ready to go into the workforce. And then we had the college prep kids. And you don't see that anymore. Except that the really, like a Medford, I think, still has a tech program in there
In-house.
Let me just interject real quick, because I think it might be cyclical, because if you go to Boxbar Middle School there, has a cooperative program with Minuteman. They feed us
Right.
Minuteman, we feed them.
That's right.
They have like a cooperative program with
Right.
Minuteman Tech, where Minuteman Tech comes in and
Yep.
teaches some of those
Exactly.
life skills or
Right.
Professional skills.
Right. And there has been, we've started some initial conversations with Neshoba to do the same thing. Instead of it being an either-or proposition,
Yeah.
it becomes more blended.
Yeah, this is-
And the other thing that we're offering, or we're gonna start to offer is, instead of it being from 8th to 9th grade, that's your only opportunity to make that decision, we're offering to say, hey, in 10th grade, if you've now had 2 years of college prep and you're like, you guys don't offer the stuff I want, because like the tech program has a tremendous robotics program, like built into their curriculum. We don't, and we're probably not going to, because we're just not big enough. So a kid might say, I'm leaving. I'm going to actually fully leave Littleton and go for the last 2 years over to the tech. And then, as Chuck said, or you do a cooperative thing where you're 1 foot's in Littleton and 1 foot's in the tech, and you're just going back and forth, and depending on the day, you might spend X hours in Littleton, and the next day you spend more of those hours in Westford at the tech. So we're working towards all of that, because we feel, we see what's out there, and we see the correction, maybe is a way to phrase it, of instead of assuming that all 94% or 96% of our graduating class is on their way to a 4-year degree program, maybe it goes down to 85 for all the right reasons. As long as we can manage it and make sure that we're supporting those kids in the proper manner and not just casting them aside because they decided, we don't want to do what you guys offer, and we're like, well, that's all we offer, it can't be that way, and we've never let it be that way. But
So at least for the next couple of years, you see that as something that we can accommodate within our current structure,
And with
or
the
at least
budget.
within the current budget,
Yeah.
if not the current
Yeah.
structure.
We, some of us were we went to the tech presentation, actually, on yesterday. It seemed like a long time ago. So yesterday morning, so we got their presentation. This class was, I think, the largest increase. Littleton was the largest increase in students going to the tech. Percentage-wise this past year. And I looking at their programs, and they do a wonderful presentation over there, and Charlie does a great job accommodating us. But just looking at their percentages and what they have I was surprised to see the amount of college students that actually go from the tech to on
It is
to
college
college.
preparatory as well as being
Very much so.
career readiness. Yeah.
But you talked about sharing, yes, going to all your core classes here, and then maybe going to robotics class at the tech. Looking at how it's funded, that's probably the biggest challenge. How is that going to? I mean, how could you possibly manage that?
Partial assessment compared, on a proportional basis, depending on how many hours you spend. That's the stuff that's got to get fleshed out. And when you ask yourself, is that going to affect the budget? It's like, well, in some ways, yes, but I think that
it doesn't affect the budget as much as putting a robotics program in Littleton.
Well, that's one way of looking at it for sure. And then the other thing is, I wouldn't predict a flood of students. Like, I'm thinking, like, if we have 120 kids on average in a class, you've already got X number of kids that want to go full-time at the tech, and then you might get a few more kids that choose to go over there because they realize that the decision they made going from 8th to 9th grade wasn't exactly the right fit for them. But the next kids that want to co-op in, 3, 4, 5, I mean, it's not going to be 20, I wouldn't think. And if it was because all of a sudden the marketplace shifted and as a society we started to value that, then I think we would all rework how we do funding and how we deliver that. That would be a different that'd be a much higher conversation than between Littleton and Neshoba Valley Tech. That would go across the board. But it's an interesting question. It'll be interesting to see how that evolves over the next, because that's like a nationwide trend. You can see it, you can read about it all the time.
They definitely talked about it a lot at our meeting.
It's interesting to see their budget too, because they're on the hook for the building, the electric, everything, all their health benefits, they're all incorporated into that per pupil cost. It's, we'll have that conversation offline.
Yeah. All right, I know we kind of jumped in.
Fine.
Where were we at with you? This is
the operating
operational
budget increase is what I've shown, and I know that we see a deficit right now in terms of ours and towns and what's projected. I think that it was $178,000, $179,000.
270 if we count
If
the
we count
assessment.
that, yeah.
so-
You know, what I would say about that is that $100,000 is, you know, the idea of having to cut $270,000 for $279,000 versus $179,000. I would like to get more information about, you know, why is that $100,000, you know, coming back, or why are we getting assessed so much less? And make sure we understand it before we, you know, make a decision that cutting all that out of the budget today or tomorrow or next
Yeah.
week is the right thing to do. Because it's significant. I mean, it's
Yeah.
like, you know, it's another.
Well, we're gonna, I mean, I think we'll have that discussion
Yeah.
after this, but that's more of what we do with that 100,000. Maybe there's, you know, once, we'll talk with the Board of Selectmen, maybe we get this budget figured out with the 178,000 deficit fixed. And then the next, all right, well, what's in the hopper? What are the next
Right,
up that we can,
Right.
if we do get that,
Right.
where do we go with it? So we'll have to have a little bit of discussion on that.
Right.
And we still have time. We're not,
Yeah.
so hopefully we get to some solution today. Let's do the capital, if there's no more questions on operational, so, no, we. All right, I think this. That's at the end, right? 201, you said? 201 is the page if you're in your. All right. Security system, I think, is the first one. I don't know if you see that. If you want to go off the same page.
I have it electronically, but it's small, very small
Yeah,
font.
that's what we were looking at.
All right, yep. So yeah, this is in basically a prioritized list, you know, plus or minus, depending on what we get funded, we might tweak it.
Okay.
But more or less down the line. So yeah, middle school security, cameras, and intrusion system replacement.
And was this at the request of someone, or is it just an upgrade? What is the?
This is the request of the administration. Like, they're saying that the current system is failing is too strong a word, but it's not supporting what we need as well as we would like it to. And it's only going to get more critical as time passes. So at some point, this has to get done.
Well, when I see the top priority.
Right,
that's-
exactly, yeah. Well, my point being that if we don't do it, it's not like we don't have cameras in place. We do. Like, we have,
Yeah.
you know, we have the system in place. We're just looking to upgrade it and make it, you know, more robust than it currently is.
Okay.
And then the phone paging system replacement, again, it's just, the one we have is just not, you know, it's bleeding. So it just needs to get upgraded. The Shaker Lane phone system is ancient, and we've had a lot of trouble with it, and to the point where we've actually had like situations where for, you know, 20 minutes or 45 minutes a day, people could not call into Shaker Lane, which is very not good.
I get an email about once a week with my Shaker Lane.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, we're trying to be careful about how much we want to do at Shaker Lane, because if we're going to do a rehab, you know, in the next 3 to 5 years, we don't want to throw money down the hole. But for $18,000, and given the way we're struggling with it, we think it's worthwhile to do it. Furniture replacement, it's just an ongoing type thing. We just, you know, kind of roll through it as we need to. Maintenance van replacement, you know, we've got one maintenance van that I think it's well over, I think it's getting close to 200,000 miles, and it's pretty dinged up.
You use a repurposed police car?
They're SUVs, they're not cars. They're SUVs.
SUVs, seriously. That's right.
That's actually not a bad question.
Yeah.
I think that could become part of our discussion even going forward, if that becomes a reality, working with the police. I mean, that's the use of those vehicles. We own them.
There's also a certain logic in making sure we're buying something on them. If our plan long-term is to repurpose police vehicles, if there's a marginal increase in cost to go from a car to an SUV, and the SUV is much more repurposable,
Yeah.
we should be thinking about that on the new
Yeah.
purchase side.
Yeah, I agree.
Council on Aging, perhaps, you know, not everybody needs the van, a lot of people can be transported in an SUV.
4 people. Yeah. Right. CS Security.
Yep, just central office, just the doors for getting in and out. making them just more secure. Russell Street, the phone paging system. Again, these things, when we say the phone paging system and things like that, it's with an eye towards communication in times of crisis, not just because it's awkward to summon a student from the classroom to the office or something along those lines. Our intent is to make sure that we can stay in communication appropriately if the need arises, we're in a fire or any other safety issue. Want to make sure that we're communicating with the staff and students and each other and public safety as well as we can. So that's typically why these items are on here. Air conditioning in the cafeteria, we're just.
Hey, Mike,
Yep.
can I ask a question? With regards to the replacement phone paging system, you got a cost of $43,000. You got it again up at middle school, one at Russell. But why is the Shaker Lane paging system? Is that the same thing? It's like half the cost. It's 18.5 versus 43.
Right.
What's the difference?
That I don't know exactly why it's so much less. I think it may be, these systems are all unique to the school, so, yeah, exactly. So I'm not 100% sure why it's significantly less. Air conditioning in the cafeteria. The reason we picked the cafeteria is that there are, for all our buildings, a couple days a year where the certain sections of the building, the way the sun comes in, or if it's on the second floor, things like that, where it can be difficult to conduct the day if it gets into the 90s outside. If we air condition the cafeteria, we can bring multiple classrooms down in there and deliver curriculum for part of the day or even the whole day. That's why we picked the cafeteria versus trying to do like classroom by classroom. Library carpet, just time.
Mike, on the cafeteria air conditioning, are we talking split unit, are we talking?
On the roof?
Yeah, I don't think it's a roof system. I know that they did one at Shaker Lane and it wasn't a roof system.
I'm just thinking of the auxiliary gym at the high school was done as a gift, but it was done as a through-the-wall.
Right,
split
right.
system.
I think that's what they're projecting in there, something along those lines. And then, we need a good swing set, what can I say? And the wheelchair lift, that is, I believe, at Shaker Lane. And again, the carpet, it's just,
This is like for ADA and.
Yep.
like-
Yeah, for the wheelchair, yeah.
So that wheelchair lift is in the playground?
I don't think so, no. I don't know why they put it like that. Maybe it is, I guess, so. Oh, maybe it is.
So it's gonna be
Yeah,
handicap
no,
accessible?
yeah, you're right, yeah. for the
Yeah, it is.
playground. Yeah.
I bet you there's grants for that.
You'd
from
think.
the state.
Since we're talking capital, if I may just jump in.
Yeah, let's do it.
The town clerk threw something at us when she did her budget presentation, and it was on the behest of Bill Maher. The tarp that gets laid out whenever we have town meeting or any town event, whether it's the bazaar or whatever, is not the best solution apparently. And she came up with, I think, $21,000.
It's
budget
squares,
proposal.
carpet squares.
Well, yeah, so the solution is, I'm agnostic to this, and I'm not agnostic completely to the solution, but she came up with a budget of $21,000. Whether that lies under her, lies under you, lies under wherever it lies. Is it the opinion of the school committee and the administration that we change what's there currently? Do we eliminate any type of tarp or flooring system completely and maybe put some money in the budget so that after every event, we do some sort of a light buffing, resurfacing type
Right.
of thing? Or there's got to be other options than just the $120,000.
I appreciate the clerk being willing to consider putting it in her budget, because it's her office that's typically administering the programming, but not the bazaar, but the elections and town meeting. And I did not know that Bill was looking for a different solution and felt that the current solution was not up to snuff. It doesn't surprise me that it's not, because it is a mess when it comes up. And
Right, it's more time.
Yeah.
She explained why, and then we had an injury that took place. With the car, well, that could happen, I guess, on any system, but.
I mean, I guess your question, can we go without a surface on it? I mean, that's our middle school gymnasium, so we do a lot of youth basketball programming in there. We obviously have gym class during the day, and then our middle school interscholastic teams play there in the winter, basketball teams play there in the winter. We also use it as an indoor practice venue for outdoor spring sports as they transition onto the fields. So it gets a fair amount of traffic. Having said that, it's not our featured gymnasium, it's not the high school. So, we can tolerate a little bit less performance level on that surface than maybe I would be willing to advocate or tolerate at the high school. But having said that, we've only got really 2 nice gyms. Russell Street is serviceable,
Regulation
but it's
size.
it's not there to support game type conditions. It's for practices and Tiger Den. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to talk to the staff and administration and see what they think. But I mean, it gets a lot of traffic. We varnish that floor every year, resurface it in the summer.
Right.
It's pristine, it's beautiful, your sneakers squeak the way they're supposed to, and then by October, they squeak less, and by February, they don't really squeak at all. And that's not because we did the elections or town meeting, that's just because we have a ton of traffic running through the gym, and, we're not gonna re-varnish it based on the expense, and we can't take the gym offline in the middle of the winter, so it's not gonna get done. So at that point, we're just living with it. I don't necessarily think that having an election or a town meeting is any more detrimental than it was already. Like if we stopped having town meeting there, gym's not going to be in that much better shape. It's not incrementally impactful. So I don't know. I'd have to do some more research on it, think about it. But I appreciate the effort and the sentiment.
That's the real question. If we don't have to have any covering at all, good, we save $21,000.
And the library.
But if you guys think for town meetings and for elections, we need covering, then I think $21,000 is nothing.
Right.
I mean, if you're going to think about and again, I appreciate the sentiment that, somehow as a community, we will pay to, do a deep clean or whatever, how much is that? If it's only $150, well, it's gonna take you a long time to get to $26,000. If it's $1,500, it ain't gonna take you that long at all. So at what point do you say it's just, it's incrementally, it's worth it?
Yeah, but then you also have to weigh the cost. I mean, it takes.
I know the information.
It currently takes 8 hours for them to lay down the
Yeah,
tarp, do it
exactly.
properly, and do
Yeah.
it safely, and the relative humidity, and all these other things that are thrown at us. And it's not the most safe.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, they put the tarp down a day ahead of time before they put anything else, so we lose 2 days of programming in the gym for.
Potentially 3.
Right.
Oh, we did.
So if it was gonna be, hey, we'd actually we'd save a day of programming, that's another thing to think about.
We hadn't thought about that. We looked at the clerks, same time. But you're right, you lose the gym for 2 days, whatever it is.
Or 2 to a few.
Yeah, right.
All right, so there are other alternatives. What she has proposed, I think the.
And I'm happy to put our admin team at the table to have that discussion before you guys make a decision about whether or not you want to fund that. That's
I mean, is there a possibility to test drive a town meeting, test drive an election without anything? Let's see how it goes. I mean, obviously, the thing isn't gonna fall apart, right, if we have one without it. Let's see how it goes,
I mean-
and then if we need to respond, we respond. If everything's cool, then we don't.
That was
do
a
the
change
program.
from a freak snowstorm in November, or we have, you bring salt in, those things, maybe we have to go back to doing the rollout. That would be one situation, but maybe we try it without on.
Right, and on a situational basis, that's a
All right,
different thing.
so you're gonna, yeah.
Let us know.
Leave your sneakers at the door.
Put them in the little
Thoughts
slots.
only, other copies for everybody.
All right. Trying to stay on time here. We're doing pretty well, actually. Any more questions, Mike, on anything discussed?
I have one question about the security doors. Can you just talk a little bit more about those, Mike? Central office security doors?
Right, so the, central office is tricky, right, because it's in Shattuck Street, and, we share the space, and it's a less than secure building. I know that there was the door, well, that's not so much that, but like they used to have one door that you could, instead of going in through where Park and Rec is, you could go up at the top and go in that side door. They don't let you do that anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, unless you have a key. Because they don't want people wandering in off the street.
Into the general office.
Exactly, that's the problem. So, I think that, what I know is that I don't know exactly which door frames they're talking about for those, but that's the idea. I think it's an ongoing effort to secure the central office with sort of the same point of view that we have securing our other buildings. Unfortunately, schools and associated office spaces, for some people, that's the target.
I would have to say that, for me, we're looking at doing all kinds of stuff at the town hall with space needs and all that kind of stuff. I would say that that would probably get incorporated into something
it's a
like
good
that.
question,
So I
right.
might give you the Heisman on that one this year.
Right. No, I get it. It's, it's the same thing that we're thinking about with Shaker Lane, right? Like, if we know that things might change in the next 3 to 5 years, how much money do we want to be spending on supporting the current usage of the building? If we have a pretty decent idea that it might evolve, we have no problem with that, so that's understandable.
Okay. That's all.
Hey, thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks for staying on time.
I got somewhere to go.
All right, we're going to jump right in if everybody's willing to do that. Chief and Deputy for Fire. Page 103, if you're looking through your loose sheets.
Who's that?
Sounds like you, Al.
Sounds like me.
Welcome, gentlemen. Hi. How
are
are
you?
you? How are you today? Thanks for coming out on a Saturday.
Chief, no offense, but
You don't have to ask or tell, right?
I'll get.
So I guess we can jump right into, we're going to do operation first. Do you have a presentation
Oh, we do.
Okay.
We're gonna,
for the?
we have a
All
PowerPoint.
right,
We
well,
have
give me a second here.
budget PowerPoint.
Okay.
And as well as capital, and
Awesome.
we'll wrap up with an ambulance paramedic.
Awesome.
You might need to. Which is this on here?
103.
103?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, right.
Anyone traveling to the Super Bowl tomorrow?
This will be in the ads, right?
Yeah. All right, I think we're up.
All right, so, kind of do a quick overview. Right now, this slide just kind of covers our volumes and trends. In the black is our EMS run volume, and the red is our fire run volume for 17, 18, and 19. Each year, that continues to climb. This past year, these numbers are based off of the FY calendar. The physical calendar for 2019, we hit 2,100 emergency runs. That's not including any of the inspectional services or anything like that.
That's for fiscal year.
For calendar year. This is the fiscal year. Correct. Yep.
There was a reason why I asked that question.
Some of the challenges that we face in our responses is our back-to-back calls. In 2019, we had 285 emergencies that were back-to-back, which means 2 calls at once, which really max out our resources. And that brings the deputy and I as, we're basically the next on the ambulance because the current companies are tied up. And that's also when we rely on bringing in additional callback from the call department, as well as full-time staff if they're in the area.
When you talk back-to-back, you mean simultaneous almost?
Simultaneously,
Okay.
yeah.
So while the
Yep.
vehicle's out, another call comes?
Correct,
Right.
right. Or they're at the hospital, we have an additional call. And that happens frequently. Like I said, it shows 285 of those instances.
If you had to use any of our mutual aid type agreements?
Frequently,
Frequently.
yep. And we'll touch base on that.
Okay.
Out of 38 members, actually, I should say, we have 22 on the call department, which are, local residents that are, when they have time, they respond to calls, typically on nights and weekends. Most folks they have a job during the day, and they need to respond, are unable to respond. And then on top of that, we have 16 of our off-duty members, or career members that would maybe off-duty, that would also be available for callback. Out of, say, for instance, on those 285 emergencies, we have 38 members that are available to return for calls. Only typically 7 of them return about 41% of the time. So it's becoming more and more of a challenge to actually get members to come back, especially during the day.
Do you have a requirement? It's kind of an off. So, do you have any dormant members that just want to be on here, but they don't ever? I mean, do you have some requirement they have to at least present themselves, to assist the town on?
Yep. So, just 5 years ago was when we really went through the change in our department. We went around the clock. Prior to that, we were just daytime staff, and the makeup of the department was significantly different. And we really relied on the call department, and over time, that number continues to decrease. So back then, there were much more strict requirements as far as a meeting training, a certain number of callback. Life changes, and so does the demographics of the town. So now we are full-time, around the clock, having additional staff. We hit the bulk of the calls. When we have some more significant incidents, accidents on the highway, fire-related calls, then we rely on all of them. But so we've really kind of laxed on what's required because of everyone's responsibilities and the fact that we have more full-time people on staff to answer the calls. And really what we've been finding is the return, be it call members or career members, just continues to decrease. So we're really relying on the deputy and I stepping in, not only on weekdays, but also on nights and weekends, where we continuously respond to the calls, like the back-to-back calls, the second one, or, and on many cases, if we don't return, then additional pieces of apparatus that have imperative equipment won't make it to a scene, like on the highways for crashes and spills, things of that nature.
And Chief, this doesn't really go to Gary's question, but this issue with on-call is going on around the state. This is not...
It's going on around the country.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a countrywide issue. It's not something that we are just experiencing alone. It's very difficult in these times for departments to maintain high enrollment in on-call staffing. We do continue yearly with our recruitment for new call members. In this batch that we have right now, we did a recent advertisement. We had 5 apply. Unfortunately, I think that's already whittled down to 3. But we're offering an incentive within our budget on that to, upon successful completion, it's 5 months of schooling, every Tuesday and Thursday night and every Saturday in that 5 months. But at the successful completion, we'd offer them a $1,500 stipend per se. And then upon 1 year of maintaining active, you'd get a second $1,500 stipend. Basically, those $3,000 equates to the hourly wage and the time commitment that they put into the academy for that 5 months on their time. They'd actually be getting technically paid for attending the academy.
So for the
as long
second,
as they maintain active.
for the second 15, what does active mean? Give me that. What do you consider active?
So actively participating in training. We offer training twice a month.
But not responding.
Including
That's
response.
That's the true measure.
Includes
If you go to all the
response.
training, that's great, but if they're not
They
responding
go
to calls,
get out of here and go
that's
to
when
another
you need
town,
them.
right?
Right.
That's what I meant, I guess.
Yeah.
So active means.
So when you go off of an average, of what the other call members respond to, it would fall within that average of responses. If they only, come to 5 or 6 calls in a year, that's not active. And they wouldn't qualify for that.
So, but there's not like a solid qualitative, quantitative.
Percentage of when the call went out, if you replied to a certain percentage, maybe is the measure. then you
Exactly,
qualify.
exactly.
But we also, in this recruitment effort, previously we said you had to live in town to be on the call department. And in this particular posting, 10 minutes. You live within 10 minutes of the station because we have to.
Yeah, right.
You know, I mean,
Springfield's not gonna
and-
work.
And, well, it's just, but even as the chief talked about, you know, our career members, the ones that we hire, career people, as they look, you know, they come to the interview and say, "Oh my God, I can't wait to live in Littleton." You're sitting here, it's like, you know.
There you go.
And it's a key point.
Yeah, we have 5, if you take the chief and I out of the equation, we have 5 full-time staff. 3 live in Littleton, one's a renter right now, and 2 or 3 more live in, so 6, good math. That's why I'm not in Fincom. 3 live in Air. And after that, you're in the Leominster.
Yeah, yeah.
So we just don't have a lot of
Yeah, a
people
lot.
around
Right.
to make it worth their while to come back, because by the time they show up, hopefully we've mitigated whatever we're trying
right.
to do.
One of the other issues that we face with the call department is we typically get young individuals that are out of school, still living at home with mom and dad. They have the time, they'll give the commitment, and then life changes, and they move out of town.
Yeah.
So they're no longer able to be part of that response.
I guess one last question on the call department side. So you just mentioned that you are willing to allow people to work out or live out of town to do that. Are other communities doing that? And if you are, could I be on the air call department, the Westford and the Littleton all at once?
So, for example, the town of Harvard,
Yeah.
they just recently, I believe, put on 7, and they accept members as far as Leominster. So
Okay.
they have members from Leominster, Littleton, Bolton, Air.
But can they be on 2 call departments at once?
Yes.
You do have,
Yes.
I mean, you have people that
Yep.
do that? Oh, I see.
Right.
Let me throw something else out, Jim. You might have to help out with this question. And I know that Devens doesn't have any other active duty, full-time service members on base, but there is a population there. And some of them may be coming towards the end of their career, and maybe they're thinking fire service as a profession. I wonder if that would be a recruiting opportunity to do some sort of an open house or something with them and invite them in and let them know what the incentives are and things like that. That's pretty good response time. Now, if they have other commitments, obviously they can, but that's true of anybody in the call department, right?
In fact,
I know
Devens-
that's a pool that we've
Right.
gone into, and I don't know if an active duty member of the military can, in fact, jump onto a volunteer department for.
I think, Chuck, it speaks to it's the training commitment.
No.
It's the fact that we used to run a training program in-house. It's just not practical. We don't have the burn facility. So we say, okay, in order to be a call member, you're going to have to go to the Mass Fire Academy in Stowe. And, the next program's in July. Perfect time to be going there. And, and you're going to it's the time commitment. So in years past, we'll give you the gear. It's just your time you're committing. And, who's got every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday with an occasional Sunday thrown in there after you work your job from 6 to 10 p.m. to go
That's a
and
commitment.
spend time. But we're getting a certified firefighter back from that training, which is
Yeah.
good for the town. But it's a commitment, and that's people all want to join until you tell them when you give them the piece of paper and it's all the way through. And testing
Well,
and everything.
it's only good for the town if the individual stays in the town.
Yeah.
It's
Correct.
a position
Yes.
for them.
Right.
Because obviously, they want to be a firefighter, and another town's hiring, they're going to go there with the training, right?
It just
So
happens.
I think probably all the towns are going through that. Right?
Exactly. Yeah, it really is a countrywide struggle.
Yeah.
It is.
And then the last point on this, just in an effort to preserve our overtime budget, the deputy and I are utilized on a regular basis during the day to fill vacancies. In the last year, we were used 206 days out of the year. We were used as the 4th person to fill the shift. 145 times there were vacancies at night that actually went unfilled. So they would run down to 3, which would give us 2 people on the ambulance and 1 officer, which would remain on the fire engine. And we would really take note of those nights, because if there were call-outs, we made sure that we responded to ensure their safety, to make sure that they had an adequate amount of personnel to work safely on a scene. So it's definitely one of the challenges. But when we went around the clock 5 years ago, it really it was a cost savings, and it was a way to go around the clock, add staffing, and yet still have that emergency response with the 2 of us as the responders. Now that No, go
I
ahead.
just want to reiterate that number, that you said 206 out of 365 days, one of you two were doing somebody else's job.
That's correct.
So
Do it.
our other,
Yeah.
or our option is to, you're welcome. Our other option, Betsy, is to say, all right, somebody's out sick or on vacation, no one took the overtime spot, we're gonna order that person in at double time.
And in their contract,
Yeah.
double time can become, that can become costly. So so that's a cost savings that we were able to realize by stepping in and doing that. The problem that we are starting to see now is the town isn't slowing down in growth. The run volumes increase, the inspectional services are increased, so there's more administrative functions that need to be completed, and that's where the sacrifice comes, is on the administrative side, when we're still responding on the
Chief, another
emergencies.
question.
Yeah.
On a night shift, if you're called in,
Yep.
say you and the deputy didn't live in town, how would the department do it? Or would it just be one person on the engine?
It would be one person on the engine.
With a
Excellent
request
point.
for station coverage, and hopefully somebody comes back.
And they may need to rely more on mutual aid. If they're in a situation like that, they may need to call mutual aid right away. So in this, on this slide, it basically covers the period through FY17 through 20. Shows daytime ambulance responses with the deputy and I. For ambulance responses, apparatus, total ambulance response, nights and weekends, as you get down near the bottom for each year. And when looking at the ambulance and apparatus response, if the deputy and I didn't respond, then it would be necessary for us to call mutual aid in. And on the ambulance-wise, if you hit the next slide, when you look at our run volume, and the black is mutual aid received for ambulance runs, it's potential revenue loss for us, is really what it boils down to. So the reason that we still have mutual aid in on this is our volume of calls. On many occasions, both of our ambulances are already tied up, or one may be out of service for maintenance or being serviced, and we still need to rely on mutual aid coming in for assistance to transport. The red is on the fire side, so we may have engine companies coming in, covering our station while we're tied up on the highway or at a fire, something of that nature.
So that's some of the mutual aid. I was trying to picture, does the mutual aid, I mean, is there a difference in the response time if you have to go to mutual aid versus you all?
Travel time from another department, from out of town,
Now,
correct?
you're also providing mutual aid to other towns.
That's correct.
surrounding communities,
Yep.
So I know that you probably don't have a chart on that, shows that, but.
Oh, no, definitely not.
So.
That's next year.
Yeah. But, yeah, so that's just your own control on whether you.
Right.
Have one ambulance, you have to keep one.
Yeah, for example, Littleton and Westford were very frequently going back and forth, providing additional services for them, and they staff 2 ambulances, and they're constantly needing a third or a fourth.
So, if I'm going to have an emergency, what's the best time?
It's not the nighttime.
No. Okay, thank
You
you.
don't want to be the second medical.
Yeah.
That's the one.
I got you, Wilson.
So last year on Budget Day, we had the discussion, we were bringing forward the addition of the fire prevention person, and we agreed to put that off for another year. So after 18 months of full evaluation of that fire prevention, when we did the reorganization of adding the paramedics and changing the shifts, we've really found that fire prevention, it's continuously interrupted by emergencies. This is where myself, I'm constantly on the ambulance or driving the engine while the deputy is tied up. Sometimes you're tied up with contractors, sometimes, doing plan reviews, and you really can't break away because now it really disrupts the whole inspectional services and everything like that. Deputy spent over 500 hours last year solely on fire prevention responsibilities. And that includes inspections and permitting. And it really limits the deputy's day operationally.
Just a point of measurement for the public on that, perhaps. I mean, we're talking about 1/4 of the deputy's day. 1/4 of the deputy's work week, or 1/4 of the deputy's year, 1/4 of the deputy's day, any of those metrics, because a typical work schedule for a 40-hour, one of the slides previous suggests perhaps you guys aren't working 40 hours and you're working more, but we're talking about a total of 1/4 of the time dedicated. Okay.
Yeah, and it definitely, a lot, sorry, untie my tongue. Some of the things that it doesn't account for are the realtors that are constantly, that come in, the phone calls from different contractors.
You only called me once. I called him back from Loon Mountain one day, but that's all right. It was a joke.
That's true.
So,
At the top of the mountain, I got
it killed my battery too. It's so cold.
It's just the additional things that, come in just over the phone, and that we really don't account for in the walk-ins.
So, what was the plan, when we initially, when we 2 years ago, when we jumped over to the ALS, we brought on 6 ALS.
Correct.
Well, some of those are probably already members of it.
There was 6 new.
Yep, okay.
And we took what was the fire prevention person at that
Yeah,
time.
that's what-
And we had a swing person. So we reorganized the shifts. If you hit the next slide. We reorganized the shifts so that we had 4 groups of 4. It was an officer and 3 firefighters, or firefighter paramedics. And we did away with the fire prevention position, and the deputy agreed to take on the additional role for that. And so that's what we did at the time.
Yeah.
And we reorganized the department to provide that service. And then during the day, again, when I go back, we would run down a vacancy during the day where we would fill in those spots, just in the effort to try to, save from paying out double time for orderings and things of that nature. So now going forward, as the volume of everything increases for inspectional services, run volumes, and just day-to-day operations, we are requesting that fire prevention position. That position would give the have a dedicated individual for inspectional services. It would allow the deputy to come back to the administrative side and also be able to assist on the fire prevention. Currently, we have the line officers, the lieutenants, and the engine companies. They'll go out and they will do fire inspections or some of the basic, tank removals, things like that, while we're tied up in quarters. And having that, the additional prevention person during the day, will be able to add one additional for the response for us. So especially in that time frame where it's really more of a critical need during the day, when nobody's coming back, that would allow one additional to be part of the response, especially for large incidents. And that's where it's really key.
And this would be a promotion for a firefighter in general, correct?
Potentially.
Potentially.
It could be a promotion. It could be something that maybe we also look outside.
Right, I'm just saying in
Outside.
general, if a firefighter, the fire prevention, is that?
Yeah, yes, it would be a fire prevention
It's
lieutenant.
always been a different grade.
That's
a
what I
higher
meant.
grade, because there's more, in addition to all your inspectional duties and plan reviews, you also have to be like credentialed.
Okay.
So I have to attend continuing education to keep that, and this person would too. But it's, so we're also, it's gonna be a lieutenant's position. And the
Okay.
reason for that is, you don't want that person to take it and then decide in a year, I don't want to do it anymore. It's within the union. It's a union position that the union has agreed to let the chief have me do it temporarily. Permanently temporary at this point. But it's down to, we're trying to make it a position where somebody takes it to say, I don't want to do it anymore, they're going to take a big pay cut to not do it.
So all your lieutenants are collective bargaining members?
Yes.
Only the 2 of us.
The
are
deputy
outside.
is the only one that's outside of the union, besides myself. Yep. So we'll just get into the budget and just a quick rundown of the lines and the changes. Typically in the salary lines, that they're contractual. Longevity you see in these slides. This was broken out for purposes of munis. It was never broken out before. It was actually all part of the salaries. So that now has separation. When you go down to the salary section in the middle, that position also accounts for the fire prevention position. And from that, on the fire call out, this is where where we made some of the changes, basically in playing the shell game. We moved some of the monetary, basically a breakdown here. We took funds from the fire call out that weren't typically being used because of members not calling back, and we reallocated funds up to $21,130 down to per diem to better reflect that, and $45,500 up to overtime to better reflect the use in that line.
Now, was this in work with Cheryl, or was this something that you guys were doing separate?
No, this is something that was being done right along, just to reallocate the use in the lines. And you'd see it in your book as where they're highlighted in the red and the black. So those were just reallocated. On the overtime section above, there is an additional request of $69,913, and that addition in that reflects actual full vacation time, additional sick time, and few of the other components that we're faced with in having basically the deputy and I pull back from some of the responses and rely on actually and filling some of the shifts. Let's see, on the training section, that was an increase. That's to meet the OSHA and some of the EMS mandates now that we're at the paramedic level. And then the cert renewal, this increase accounts for paramedic and EMS stipends that were originally in salaries. So again, that was kind of the shelf. It was moved from salaries, it's just separated out for munis. On the expenses, so I apologize for the little spaghetti lines there, but professional services, they were reduced by taking advantage of our paramedics. So some of our medics bring additional skills, and we're able to hold in-house training. So we're able to reduce some of the original costs. Training was increased again to meet the OSHA and EMS requirements for the paramedic. There was an additional request this year for educational reimbursement. That was $47,846. So contractually, we're obligated to include that amount. Typically, each year there are funds that are returned back to the budget, and those funds are the result of the education actually not being used. Major equipment and protective clothing, they are now on the expenses line. They were in the budget discussions. They were pulled from the capital because they're reoccurring costs every year. So, and they were a better fit in the expenses section. And then fire supplies were actually split out and broken down, and that way it allows us to better reflect our fire supplies cost and our ambulance costs as we really account for things with the ambulance and paramedic program.
Questions? We got to change the slide in.
So that's it for operational?
Correct.
So anything on? Yeah.
I think if I may, Chief, one of the things that I'm wondering is the people that aren't responding to on-call requests, they're not coming in.
Mhm.
We're still supplying them with equipment because we have to, right? I mean,
We have to, unfortunately.
We have
They respond to calls.
to, yeah.
So per NFPA and with OSHA, everybody's required to have compliant sets of clothing
Right.
turnout gear. This is, it obviously is an expensive cost to that, and we're required, we really don't have a choice, but
Right.
to have the appropriate protective apparel to outfit everybody.
Right.
That's compliant.
Right.
And, if, as we hit our deadwood and clean house, the gear doesn't go away. So any opportunity that we have, we repurpose the gear.
Right.
And to see if it fits, hopefully, a sizable candidate that comes in.
Right.
Big part of the interview process.
Right. And the other thing that we all have, everybody is required to have 2 sets of gear. We don't necessarily provide a second set for the inactive members per se. But if you're active, or the career members, contractually, we're
Right,
obligated there.
right.
They have a backup set of gear. So as that deadwood kind of pans out, we repurpose it, and we get the maximum usage out
So
of
you're cognizant
out
of
of gear.
that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I believe within the last 6 months, I sent a spreadsheet out. We have a full spreadsheet on expiration dates of
Cycles.
everyone's gear.
Right. And-
Yep.
right.
And we really try to keep a pretty fair rotation of that.
Right.
For replacement costs.
Right, personally would hate to see us expending this money if the person's not responding to the
Right.
job we're outfitting them for,
Yep.
so.
Nope,
glad you're
we're
cognizant
very
of that.
cognizant, yeah.
Perfect.
Chief, before we get to that,
Yep.
just a quick question. On page 107, it's got the staffing layout. I noticed that all of your firefighters are listed as EMTs, none are listed as paramedics. Except,
They're all EMTs, or the majority. There's only a handful that are not EMTs. Let me just pull up 107 here.
I'm talking about your active staff, full-time staff.
Oh, yep,
That-
correct.
So, you're looking to break it out by paramedic?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
since we hired paramedics.
Okay. Yeah,
I assume
we
we
have
hired
7.
6.
I see.
I'd
There
assume
are
that
7
we're trying
out
to
of the
bring
8.
the others up also.
That's not correct, because it's, right now, it's cost prohibitive. It's about $12,000 per person and 2 years of schooling. That to bring each individual up. Right now, as we replace through attrition or, add positions, we are bringing them in at the firefighter paramedic level.
Okay,
Right.
so
we're
you have an
one.
EMT drop out full-time, you're going to hire a paramedic.
That's correct.
At this time, yeah.
And right now, we're, 3 of the groups have 2 paramedics. 1 shift has 1 paramedic. So we do have the ability, if one of them is out sick or on vacation, there is an additional paramedic.
I think that was a
on shift.
discussion, we originally were going to do that program.
Yes,
correct? Yeah.
yes.
And just to clarify, our license allows us to run with 1 paramedic. So,
Right.
if
Yeah.
our goal is to have 2 on a shift, so that if one is out, we're still at the ALS level. If a paramedic, if we don't have a paramedic, then we order a paramedic in.
Yeah,
But
we
that-
always have a paramedic.
But if we
on
only
shift.
have the 1 paramedic and the ambulance is at the hospital, then we have to get, and we have an ALS call, then a mutual aid is
Right.
called from Westford or Air to have our paramedic there.
So who among the full-time staff are the ALS, the paramedics? Just going down this list on 107.
The list doesn't list who's a paramedic, that's why.
Oh,
You mean the
understood.
members?
As far as the names, you mean? So on the list, it's Carlin Williams, sorry, I'm not having 107 right in front of me. Carlin Williams, Ricos, where are we?
Rieger?
Rieger, yep.
Sawicki?
Sawicki, not yet. He's almost finished. He's in the fire academy now, and then when he gets out, he'll get his lips.
Steve LeBlanc's
Stevie is, yes.
LeBlanc is, yep.
Yep.
That's 5.
Carlos. So 5, we have Ricos, Williams, Carlin, Rieger, Sawicki,
We hired, Sawicki has not finished his medic yet. He'll have his medic by June. But he got his calling, that's a strange name. He got his calling to the fire academy in January, so he's doing his 10 weeks he had to complete that per the CBA, so we couldn't get him to finish. All he's got left to do is his clinicals. In the school, he took his paramedic program. He was supposed to have his ticket in December, and they were lax on getting him placed into a hospital for his hospital rotations, and thus moved him up. So he'll be the 6th.
The one that is missing on here, it has Petrucci, it's actually now Ross. So we had
Ronald Petrucci?
It's
Yeah,
now
he's no
Matt
longer-
Ross.
He left, and we replaced him with another guy.
But he's a
Paramedic.
Yep. So scratch Petrucci.
Correct.
The line.
Besides being just the clerical type part, what's the significance of this?
I'm just looking, I mean, we approved 6, so I just want to make
Okay,
sure
I
we're
see.
running at that
Okay.
run
That's
rate.
how I was trying
Because
to-
there's money in it, and there's,
Yeah.
you know,
Yep.
so just to make sure that we're
Right.
at the level that we need to be at.
Oh, yeah, we will not run below.
And just a differentiation too, just because I don't know, do you guys have a contractual obligation if they have the paramedic, that they get a bump, like for instance, when Chris Stoddard was in here talking about the highway department, if he's got an employee that starts as a general laborer, as soon as they get their CDL, they get a bump. As soon as they get
Yes.
their hydraulics, they get a bump.
That's correct.
Is that similar in this contract?
It is,
or-
that's correct. So
if
stipend.
they have
They have a
paramedic, they
stipend,
get it.
So they get a higher stipend than a basic EMT.
Yep.
That's basically the differentiation. And
Same pay grade, just the additional
Stipend.
stipend.
And that makes us competitive with all the communities around us.
Yeah.
So, because when it's very difficult to get paramedics right now. Just like the call members, the paramedic, keeping them, and it's, every town struggles that runs ALS right now.
All right, Gil.
Any other questions?
I mean, just looking at this sheet, I just can't help but notice that Kim makes more than the ALS members.
Hey, he has
I know she does.
She has a very key role in our operation.
I know that she also holds her EMT license, right?
Yes.
Yep.
So if
Yep.
needed, she could jump on. But
And she does.
She does.
And we do utilize her when there are days that the deputy is tied up or in class, and I'm the only one in the ambulance. If it's a quiet day in the office, I'll grab her, and we'll put her on the ambulance and we'll run. So we make it,
first-class service,
we make
right?
it work.
Speaking of that, Gary, you don't want to have us show up on the ambulance, just for the record, so you got to put that on times to call.
Okay.
If he and I are on the ambulance, like, we're going to flip a coin who's taking care of it.
Can I get mutual aid, please?
Hey, we do offer an efficient service, so we're present to put out a stray truck fire.
Yeah, truck fire.
Recently.
Just saying. Gary was a little late to the party.
The guy, I wasn't on call that day.
Oh, man.
Moving
So
along.
capital.
No comment.
All right, you have three capital items.
We have three capital items. The
Page
ambulance.
199 for those that are.
But thank you.
Thank you, that was fun. Pizza medical.
On our capital items, we're requesting $400,000 for an ambulance. And this is an item that has been on the capital request list for the past 2 years, and it was bumped off for obvious reasons, and for other apparatus and et cetera. We're currently looking to replace a 2012 ambulance, just under 8,000 hours and approaching 100,000 miles. The initial goal was to have these on a 5-year rotation so that we'd actually get 10 years out of the vehicle and as our run volume increases. This new ambulance, with that 400,000, that includes all of the OEMS mandates.
The ALS
So not, yeah, ALS equipment, loading, mandated loading systems. It's the whole gamut. And having this would prolong the life of our second ambulance a little bit longer, so that hopefully we can start to work that window in between on the vehicles so that we can, separate the replacement of it.
What was the other one?
13.
It's a 12 and a 13.
So it's a 2000, yeah. We bought them 1 year apart last time.
So you're saying replace, are you keeping the other ambulance?
Well,
Or is- how's
there's
that?
been several discussion, or we've had a lot of discussion in-house
About
on.
that third one, that's the-
On trying to keep this ambulance and have one that's just kept as a third, so that when we put one out for, it goes out for service, or it's, the stray opportunity that, we just, really need that backup.
As long as you can make it to Emerson.
Right, it would be kept, but I think that's still for some debate.
Okay.
Chief, could you help me understand, so the ambulances are listed as 15-year life cycles. Help me understand the difference between the 10 and the 15 in this case.
So in the 10-year, it was a 10-year. Our goal was to try for 15 when we changed the style of the vehicle. It used to be a van style, it's now a truck style, it's a little heavier duty. We're finding that we can, if we shoot for 10, it'll probably be closer to 11 or 12. But the run volume has increased, so there's still significant wear and tear on the vehicles. We did just replace the suspension system on it, the entire suspension system. Roughly, it was just over $13,000, and we were quoted from the company, if we had to do the other, it would be upwards of 20, because they underestimated the work on it.
You looked into applicability of grants, available grants for these capital items?
We always try to apply for anything that we can.
Anything specific
for-
here?
Unfortunately, there's not for ambulances.
Assistance to firefighter grants will not fund it.
Yeah. Well, only apparatus or certain training aspects, but not for
Not
ambulances.
another program available? No.
Another creative writing exercise and
Yeah,
housing
there's
choice?
not, they just don't
Right.
exist, not for
Right.
ambulances.
On campus.
Is that because they can bring in revenue too, that you charge out for it, basically? You think that's probably
I'm sorry?
rationale? Because they charge, because you can charge out for when you go out on runs and so on, do you think that's probably why? It's a
Yeah,
different-
unsure. And, I mean, there are also many private entities as well that offer EMS services, so I'm not sure how they, if the grant may or may not work for them.
So Chief, just quickly for clarification, are you saying the vehicle, the ambulances we currently have are more of a 10-year life cycle, and the ones that you're proposing that we procure are more of a 15?
It's the same vehicle.
Okay.
Same vehicle. They do come
continued
with an
wear and tear.
improved suspension system. These were purchased in a transition time where like for this suspension system, they used an airbag system. The new systems are all hydraulic. We had significant issues with that over the last several years. So we're in the process. We've corrected one vehicle, and we're in debate on whether we go forward with that on the other.
I guess, I think the question stemming from the way it's written, in at least the description. So it says a 10-year-old ambulance to go into reserve as a spare when repairs are needed, extending the life of the vehicles to 15 years. The goal is to have one replaced every 5 years with a total life of 15.
If we go with a third ambulance, if we save that third as the rotation, we could extend it to a 15-year
And that would be
life.
the cycle going forward.
Thank
Right,
you.
and
That's-
that last ambulance would really be put into, basically as a reserve piece to extend that.
Thank you.
I get it.
Chief, just a question on the 400,000. At one point in time, I think you were talking about 2 ambulances, and I think they were $250 apiece. Am I
You're
wrong
right,
on that?
they were 250 to 285, I think, was the second one.
I gotta get into the ambulance sales business?
Everything.
You missed the sale.
Look at apparatus, new apparatus, fire
Still
engines.
sells me.
Fire engines are coming in now at $800,000. It's crazy. It's, unfortunately, as far as an ambulance, we're required to meet the standards, and equipment alone is about $100,000. that are mandated.
Chief, this one you're replacing, is this the van style or the truck style, or is it
Truck.
truck style?
It's
Is
an
it the-
F-550.
Both of them are trucks that you have now?
That's correct.
Right, got rid of all the vans?
Yeah.
It was just a van nose. We never really had a van. It was just a van
Yeah.
front style.
Because the old station, we couldn't fit the F-550.
Exactly.
So we got vans. And then they stopped making the diesel motor for the van. And we got a bigger station. But actually, we actually expanded the old building when we bought
So you
those. in
plan to
2012.
accommodate for those new size vans?
Yeah. That's right.
Done.
So can I just ask a follow-up to the increase in the cost of these? So are you saying that the requirements, the mandates for what needs to be on those has changed, or just the equipment's just more expensive now than it was before?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you couldn't take everything out of one and put it on another because things have changed a little bit?
We would.
But in this case, we're keeping
Not
it.
everything. The loading system for the stretcher,
Yeah.
that's a mandate. We don't currently have that, and that's roughly 50 grand.
Yeah, so it's a big change. That's some of the big
So
changes
that's-
that Chuck
that's what I
was
was
referring to.
So
What are
that's
the big
a
ones?
large piece. Everything else, though, if we kept the reserve, if we kept the third ambulance, it would be parked as a reserve, and it would not be equipped. All of the equipment would be in
Yeah.
the main two ambulances. And if one broke down or was gone for service, in about 15 minutes to a half hour's worth of time, we can strip it out and restock that backup vehicle.
Just respond to you.
So we would not be looking to have 3 ambulances
Fully
completely
equipped.
outfitted, no.
Darren, if I could, real quick. Betsy, so in other words, like that loading system, it's a lot of money. So we went in 2009, one of the full-time firefighters, she hurt her back lifting somebody with a cot. So we went out and Chief Carter spent $12,000 and we got these new cots that came out, that had a battery in them, and the legs would lift up. So you no longer had to squeeze the handle, let the legs drop, and when they didn't, it was like, hold on, because Tom's on the stretcher.
Right.
We gotta hold him up. And it also helps for old people when you're working on
That
that.
loading system is
So
100.
that was like the latest and greatest. Well, then they started figuring out back injuries, especially these large private ambulance companies. And when you start thinking about the workman's comp claim for someone that's out 6 to 8 months or worse, they came out, now this new load system, the whole cot comes out with the load system, you hit the button, the legs come down, you don't lift at all. But it's expensive. But if
So
compared to a
OEMs
back
mandated
injury,
that now for all
but
services.
it's the upfront cost, right? It's like if we had a back injury, but we don't, but this is, I guess, looking at it. Yeah, but when you look at the fact that in 2013, we spent $250,000 for an ambulance that included that power cot without the lift system, and now all of a sudden, with all these mandates, and they kind of listen to Mr. Fontanelli, the same thing the state does to the schools. Here's a mandate,
Right.
how are you gonna pay for it? Well, you're gonna have to pay for it.
Right,
So it's unfortunate, it's a lot of money.
right.
Right. But on the flip side, when we're done with capital, we'll talk about some ambulance revenues, and these vehicles are they're revenue makers.
All right, let's move on to the
There's a lottery here that we've won.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go that far.
Chief, quick question though.
Yes.
Can we lease ambulances?
I don't know. I have not heard of any other departments that are in that lease vehicles.
Yeah,
Wanna look into
yeah,
that? Okay.
let's look into that.
Sure.
I'll start a company.
I know a guy.
Chuck's now a salesman for ambulances.
Yeah,
so we
right.
can-
I'm getting into the ambulance business.
Of course you do.
The other replacement that we're looking for is our 2010 the Chevy pickup, car 11, requesting $50,000 for that. Currently, around the wheel wells, it's rusting out, rocker panels. We have some electrical issues with it. This vehicle is used to maintain, we plow all the snow around the station. In the winter, it runs in front of the ambulance or the fire apparatus. It'll plow out, driveways when we go to medicals, things like that. It's used to tow all of our trailers, our shelter trailers, our hazmat trailers, for spills when it's out on the highway. We've been looking to replace this with a 1-ton pickup with an 8-foot plow.
You need to talk to Chris, because he's finding 1-ton pickups for 44,000, you're at 50. Was that red paint more expensive?
This includes the light package, radio, light siren.
Don't they have all that in the
It's
highway
state
truck
bid.
too?
No.
With the plow too.
This is with the plow, right?
Oh, the plowman. Wait a minute, no,
His-
the
his
plow.
included the plow.
His included
Spots
the plow,
included the
yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, maybe there's some,
Those are extra expensive lights. Telling you, it's red paint.
So, it is what it is. That's what we obtained the quote from state bid.
Is it gonna be a Ford, because they have the new aluminum
It will be.
panels and stuff?
Hey,
I'm
I
not
have
looking
one
for
of
the
those.
aluminum.
I have one of them, be careful.
Oh, won't rust.
You're right.
And,
So this isn't used as a I'm sorry, isn't used as a regular vehicle for somebody?
Line of
This is a truck that's called into duty when it's needed for specific purposes?
it's in the station. It's run on a daily basis. So if they're, for
It's not
example.
like your truck that you're driving around is what I'm asking. It's not
No.
one of those.
Only
So
when
for
ours breaks,
example,
that's
when
when it's
there's-
ours.
When there are only 3 on staff during the day, when we're filling in, or at night, the officer will run the truck instead of the engine to go to medicals.
Okay.
The ambulance will go out, and this truck will be right behind in responses to that.
Makes sense, yeah. But it is, if either one of our vehicles is out, then we take this home.
I gotta ask the question. I mean, we're in the business of the police having plowing their own parking lot, you guys plowing your own
Yep.
parking lot. That's not what you guys do, frankly.
Yeah, you just talk about plowing like on
Understood,
site,
but-
the roads.
but-
No,
They also
we
follow the
maintain
parking.
our.
No, I know that, but I'm
environmental-
just talking about,
But I mean, that's not,
yeah.
say you guys hit a gas line, or, I mean, you.
I hope we're not digging
destroy it
that
back.
deep.
Not a gas line above ground, but a gas cover, a manhole cover, or something like that, well, you granite curb, and you tweak your back, now you're on a workman's comp, because you were plowing instead of doing fire service. I have a tough time with any of our departments that are not in the business of plowing roads or parking lots, plowing roads and parking lots.
Yeah.
I don't see the
Unfortunately-
need for this department to have their own plow, or for you guys to have your own plow.
Well, unfortunately, we would need a plow anyway, even if we're not maintaining our lot, so that there's always something to run in front of the ambulance. We use it in storms continuously. On storms, the ambulance is always running, and for this to run through and plow out a driveway quickly, or be able to clear a space for the ambulance, so that we're not trying to drag people through the deep snow, it's definitely, it's a key. It has a key role. And then lastly, it's our last year of a 3-year program for $15,000. This completes the hose replacement program for all of our apparatus. A few years ago, during the annual hose testing, we had, I think it was over 15 pieces that failed. And that's when we really started looking at the dates on the hose. And some of it went back to '88, and it's really supposed to be replaced within that. It has a 10-year life. Going forward, we'd like to, in the next budget cycle, probably put like $2,000 in every year as a reoccurring, so that we can just replace hose on a regular basis and not get to this point.
I mean, so that cycle would be, what would be ideal for you, for how frequently would it be $2,500 a year for perpetuity?
Yeah, exactly.
Just keep rolling.
Exactly. Any other questions on that before we give you guys an ambulance overview?
Standing between us and lunch, keep going.
Okay.
I
get it now.
This is positive.
Are we invited?
You are invited, absolutely.
You're a veteran now.
Oh, it's been going on for the last 10 minutes, so I know she's gone. I gotta get home. Yeah.
All right.
So, a brief overview.
Teletype.
We'll give you guys some handouts after on this if you're interested. So on this, we track all of our revenues. We track all of our revenues and our expenses. We've been doing it since we were with Pro, but since we started the paramedic program here, the yellow line on the top is our revenues coming in every month. That was through FY19. On the very bottom, it's total expenses. And everywhere in the middle, it shows by month the salaries and wages for the paramedics, software, uniforms, billing, training, fringe for the medics, and it also, on the very, just above the bottom yellow line, it shows the line for what we pay out for 2 dispatchers. They're public safety dispatchers, they're, run through the police department budget, but we fund this, and originally when we did the program, we did not account for funding dispatchers through this program. But it was put in at the end as it was seen as a need for the EMD. Dispatchers used to do EMD when they were in the old station. That was prior to us going to professional ambulance for our medic service, where they offered it. But the dispatchers did the EMD, and now obviously the run volume has increased, and there's additional dispatchers in there for the need.
So it's about a 190K shortfall, is that what I just saw?
So if you, yes, includes, there's a 650,000, the monthly, where's the offset? The offset in 19 was 585,
Yeah,
916.
Yeah.
So that was revenues that were brought out of that budget.
Yeah.
We were originally looking, when we trended this, at breaking even at 2023.
Okay.
That was when
Yeah, I remember
we
talking
thought,
about it,
we'd hit that even point. And then you go into FY20, and on the top yellow line, it shows the first half of the year. It shows our revenues coming in, and then a $49,000 average. So that $49,000, that's our average of revenues that we brought in last year. So we just stay with that. We are exceeding that. And then when you look at the bottom.
No, the growth is definitely there, you can see that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And if we, our average right now, what we're averaging for the first 6 months is $65,000 a month. So if we, and then that includes
How
the
much are we
dispatch.
writing off? I mean, are we collecting our, because I remember before when we outsourced, a lot of it was being written off, right?
It was,
Is
and that was
improved?
through our prior billing service. They did not follow, there was very little follow-through. The new billing company they're very efficient. There is significant follow-through. We do get requests every now and then for a hardship where there's minimal write-offs, but it really is minimal.
Are we like at 90-something% that we're collecting?
Honestly, yeah, I would have to get that number from the billing
curious.
company. They would give us that percentage. Now that we've had a good full cycle, I'll get that and definitely get that information back to
So
you.
at 65,000, that puts you within a $5,000, I mean, if that trend continued.
That's absolutely correct.
So
So-
I'm just thinking, what's a natural increase on the left side, like that is going to keep pushing this number up?
Right, well,
It's whatever's
Contractual, so what is-
contractual,
so is-
so whatever they negotiate in, if there are significant increases,
Right.
that could
So what
be
drives our,
potentially
what drives our charge? Does that go up at the same rate?
So our charge, right now, we have a set rate.
Okay.
That rate varies. You have, say for a motor vehicle accident,
Yeah.
it's more of a solid pay. The
Yeah.
motor vehicle insurance companies pay. The Blue Cross, Blue Shield, Medicare, there's contractual rates.
Okay.
So they, here's the rate.
They
but
naturally increase
negotiate
over
this
time
one.
as well. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
and that's what they pay.
I was just wondering if we had a rate.
Yeah.
You
So,
would, or that was the
yeah.
insurance company.
When you go through on the monthly averages by year, you can show, by fiscal year, sorry, it goes.
Are they actually paying attention? Are they eating?
They're chomping.
What'd you say, Tom?
So when you go through and look at this, in FY15, it was, how do you see, 321?
32,000.
32,000.
Yeah.
And right now we're at 65. If you go to the next slide, so this is where it really shows in all of FY 15 and 16 were in the 300s. This year alone, in the 6 months, we've made more in the past 6 months than we made in all of FY 15 and 16. And probably by, once we actually get our final numbers in for the end of January, we may have actually surpassed FY 17. So the revenues coming in are very, very positive. We match our revenue stream with Steve, and we're usually within pennies. When we were with the previous billing company, it was a significant discrepancy.
And where are the revenues versus what you anticipated when we started this a few years ago? Are you bound on where you are? Or
We
you ahead of that?
anticipated $45,000 a month.
Okay, great, thank you.
So
Good
we're
answer.
exceeding that.
Now you add in the cost of a new ambulance, so that,
So
There you
we've
go.
got to throw that in there somewhere.
So we have a $650,000 offset. That's what we had for this past year.
Yeah.
What I'd like to propose or recommend is that we continue with that offset. And anything over that offset gets put into a separate fund so that those additional revenues coming in could go towards an ambulance down the road or additional ALS equipment or something like that.
Yeah.
And we just maintain that $650,000 offset.
But again, it's designed to break even.
Right, so.
Right, no, I know, but so if it does.
And-
Cover the cost of the employee.
Yeah.
And you hit the number on the head. We anticipate by the end of this year, if the trend continues, it'd be a $5,000 difference. So for the improved service of adding dispatchers, adding 6 paramedics, improving the service to the town, for only costing $5,000, I would say, to me, we hit our mark.
All right,
Let's eat.
that's your sales, there you go.
You guys, any questions on that? Any questions on the ambulance service?
Oh, this
No.
one, I'm kind of aware of some of those, it was nice to see the new numbers, the fresh numbers and where this was going, because I
If
know
you
that
guys
was a
would
big
like,
discussion when this was, ALS was coming in, you're like, how is this ever gonna recover
Right.
the
It's a
cost?
concern.
That's very clear that it's.
I have
not-
copies for
it's
you guys, if
definitely
you guys
not.
want copies of that.
Thank you.
You can have.
All right, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
I would, we're not adjourning as a group, but I would like to thank the public. As far as LCTV goes, we're going to be going offline. We're going to be having lunch, and then we're going to be probably putting these tables in a little bit different, in a working group type session, and we're going to work through the budget, which is not conducive to television. People are welcome to come down to the police station and watch us talk numbers, but other than that, thank you for spending your time with us this morning, and let's eat.